Chapter 2581. Everything that happened during this period seemed long, but in fact it happened in the blink of an eye. From Mo lay falling down, entering the tent, forcing Wu Yekwang to retreat, snatching the black dragon sword, and then leaving, the whole process added up to only half a breath's time. At this moment, Mo lay had already flown away, but the battle intent of the people here had yet to dissipate, and they had yet to land. The maniac sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yekwang stared at the direction Mo lay left in, but the anger in his heart was almost burning. The divine weapon that he had just gotten, the treasure that he treasured so much, seemed to have been lost just like that. He didn't even know who the person was. At the same time, an unprecedented sense of fear rose in him. It seemed that there had never been a time when he was so close to death like today. Even when the former fought with Gu Duxing, although the situation was clear at that time, it wasn't to the extent where he could be killed immediately. There had also never been a time when the enemy was already above his head, and he actually didn't realize it. How could there be such a thing? There was actually such a terrifying killer in the world. Being targeted by such a killer, could he still sleep peacefully in the future? Wu Yekwang felt one thing very clearly. If the real purpose of this thin masked man was not that sword, but to assassinate him, as long as he was willing to pay the appropriate price, then he would very likely already be a corpse now, a corpse whose soul had been destroyed. If his strength was at its peak, the other party might not be able to take his life. Or perhaps they could fight until both sides suffered great losses. But now he was injured by Gu Duxing's sword. The other party could definitely kill him, although his final counterattack could also seriously injure the other party and allow the guards to join forces to kill this killer. By that time, he would definitely be dead, long dead. Once he was impermanent, then everything would be meaningless. This masked man in black, who exactly is he? Wu Yekwang frowned, his face dark. In this world, when did so many peak super experts appear? Why is this so? Countless questions. It made Wu Yekwang's heart a mess. Yes, before this, the peak experts in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. There were only a few of them. D.E. Empress, only me, Saint. Perhaps there were a few unknown experts in hiding. But since those who had been hiding in seclusion had chosen to hide from the world, since he had hidden for so long, he would continue to hide. There was nothing to be afraid of. However, ever since Yuan Tianji was executed, that inexplicable heavenly armament pavilion organization appeared one after another. It seemed that the so-called peak experts were as cheap as cabbages. They appeared one after another, each more terrifying than the last. Gu Duxing was already the most powerful young expert he had ever seen in his life. His strength was above his own. Today he came into contact with this black-clothed man. Although the time they had been in contact was short, the threat that the black-robed man brought to him was almost above that of Gu Duxing. When he faced Gu Duxing, perhaps he would be defeated, but he would have the opportunity to escape unscathed. But if he were to face this black-robed man today, although he would have the power to take him down with him, he was destined to be buried together with him. Therefore, Wu Yekwang was even more fearful of Mo lay, or than Gu Duxing. Motherfucker! Even if it's like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, it can't be this fast. So many. Wu Yekwang cursed angrily. Another long howl came from afar. Several silhouettes suddenly appeared in midair. One by one, they were all masked and dressed in black. Just one of them appeared, and an unprecedentedly powerful and crazy aura had already shrouded the entire camp. All the big Western sky experts were shocked. Peak experts. Peak experts again. Why are there so many peak experts? Are we all dreaming? Or has this world gone crazy? A majestic voice said, Wu Yekwang, tonight I'll temporarily spare your dog life. In the future, let Gu Duxing personally wipe away this disgrace. Chop off your dog head and use it as a chamber pot. Ha ha ha. Following a loud laugh, those several silhouettes flickered in midair and instantly disappeared without a trace. Everyone was unexpectedly too late to chase after them. These people should be Gu Duxing's brothers. Wu Yekwang's gaze was deep, and he said thoughtfully, "Perhaps they are the new candidates for the Sky Emperor's position that have appeared in every world? Humph, humph, wanting to unify the heavenly imperial court. How could it be so easy? Even if I agree, that person won't agree." Wu Yekwang's thoughts had yet to finish when a rainbow suddenly appeared. The rainbow converged, and the sage's figure appeared in front of Wu Yekwang. What happened here? Unexpectedly, the auras of many present-age experts have appeared. Your Majesty the Sage. Everyone knelt down and saluted. Just now there was an assassin who came to assassinate me but failed. As he fled, he seized the opportunity to steal Gu Duxing's black dragon sword. Wu Yekwang said, "Oh." The sage's gaze flashed. The black dragon sword was really stolen. Yes. Wu Yekwang's entire face was red with shame. It was really stolen. That is to say, His Majesty the Sage never believed that he could really protect the black dragon sword. As the Sky Emperor of a generation, he was actually looked down upon like this, but unfortunately he was guessed correctly. This recognition and fact really made Wu Yekwang unable to show his face. Even if the person who said this was the sage, Wu Yekwang still felt that his own self-esteem was seriously damaged. This is a good thing. The sage said indifferently, "That day when I obtained the black dragon sword, why I didn't keep it for myself, but instead gave it to you was for today. Now that this sword has finally been stolen, it can also be considered as a big stone in my heart falling to the ground." Very good, very good. Wu Yekwang carefully digested the sage's words. He couldn't help but raise his head in disbelief. His Majesty the Sage has always been waiting for the day when the black dragon sword is stolen. Of course. The sage's eyes were cold. He said slowly, "If that black dragon sword wasn't stolen by the traitor's accomplices, where would we find Gu Duxing to kill? Relying on your incompetent subordinates? Could it be?" Wu Yekwang was surprised and happy at the same time. His Majesty the Sage also left a divine sense on the black dragon sword. The sage smiled indifferently and didn't say anything. There was only a calm look on his face, as if everything was under his control. After so many battles, there was only the battle with Gu Duxing. Although the battle was short, although Gu Duxing was no match for him and was immediately seriously injured, the sage still felt a sense of danger. If Gu Duxing continued to grow, he reckoned it was very likely that he would become a very big threat to him. This feeling of danger even exceeded that of Xue Leihan and Zi Hao. This was the sage's premonition, and the sage had never doubted his own premonition. Back then, Zi Hao was so amazing and Xue Leihan was so domineering. But the sage also felt threatened. But he had never felt such a life and death crisis. But when he faced Gu Duxing and his black dragon sword, in that instant he clearly felt it. And this feeling was something that the sage couldn't tolerate. The black dragon sword is in my hands. They can't find me and they don't dare to steal it. But it's different in your hands. They won't take you seriously because you're just... The sage suddenly stopped halfway through his words. The reason why the sage had said these words was because he felt that his scheme had succeeded. He needed an audience to share with him. But he stopped halfway because he saw that Wu Yekwang's expression had already become very ugly. It was completely green. They don't dare to provoke the sage. But am I, Wu Yekwang, a small character that can be easily bullied? In particular, the sage's unfinished sentence almost made Wu Yekwang vomit blood. Because you're just what? Wu Yekwang scolded angrily. I'm just your grandpa. Phut! How can you insult me like this? No matter what, you're still a celestial emperor. But on the surface, Wu Yekwang obviously didn't show anything. More accurately, he didn't dare to show anything. The sage, very untimely, took back the words that he was about to say. He said indifferently, "From now on, you have to change your strategy. Command the Western Army, so long as you see people from the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, kill them without question. You'd rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one person go. Don't accept any form of surrender. Then mobilize the entire world and completely annihilate the remnants of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Whether or not Wu Yekwang was happy or not, the sage really didn't care, and he wouldn't take it to heart. Moreover, hadn't he already taken care of his mood, and didn't say the latter half of his words? I'm really an emperor who cares for his subordinates, even if the other party is only a loyal dog. Only the sage thought so. Yes. Wu Yekwang took a deep breath and answered loudly. The sage had already left. And after the sage left, Wu Yekwang's temper also became very bad. His complexion was gloomy to a certain degree. Perhaps it should be said that when the sage was still here, the Mad Heavenly Emperor's temper was already very bad. It was just that at that time he didn't dare to show it. Now that the sage had left, this place had once again become his greatest power. Naturally, he didn't need to hide anything. Therefore, being someone's loyal dog was also a skill and endurance. It was very hard to say. Under this kind of atmosphere, everyone who saw him didn't even dare to make a sound. Regarding the black dragon sword that he'd just gone through in that great battle, no one dared to hastily speak out to comfort him. The current Wu Yekwang was just like an explosive barrel that would explode at the slightest touch. Anyone who encountered it would be blown to smithereens. Wu Yekwang's heart was indeed very uncomfortable. It was a kind of indescribable depression. This kind of depression made him want to kill someone. And the person he wanted to kill was absolutely not Guduxing, nor was it the person who'd just stolen the black dragon sword. Rather, it was that sage who'd just left. There had never been a time when Wu Yekwang felt that he was being despised like this, and even ignored. I'm also one of the empresses of DE. I'm also a recognized peak expert under this sky. Why is it that in the eyes of the people above the clouds, I'm just a tool to lure the enemy? I'm just a person who's used to lure the enemy. The keyboard is broken. I'll go and buy it tomorrow. I'm using a notebook now. There are 2 updates today. Today is 7th Madam's birthday. Yes, student Feng Chiliang. Happy birthday. Chapter 2582. There was a fire burning in Wu Yekwang's heart, and this kind of implementation can only take advantage of my incompetence. Show my incompetence? What kind of fucking bullshit logic is this? Wu Yekwang felt that his self-esteem had been placed on the ground and ruthlessly trampled until there was not a single piece of skin left untouched, and he had no dignity left. I am also a Sky Emperor, on par with the original Yuan Tianji Zi Hao and the current Demon Empress Shuelehan. We have the same status. Wu Yekwang's heart was indignant. Why am I looked down upon like this? Since when have I been looked down upon like this? When you mentioned the East Emperor Demon Empress, you never spoke like this, never looked down on her like this. But now, you treat me with such disdain. Isn't it because I didn't grab hold of your weakness like Yuan Tianji did, and now I'm still attached to you? Do you really think of me as your dog? Wu Yekwang's heart thought like this, and like a fire it continued to grow and spread, unable to be contained. In his heart, a thought rose up uncontrollably like wild grass. Originally, when I didn't attach myself to you, you were so polite to me, treating me as friendly as a brother. But now, the situation has completely changed. You actually think of me as a subordinate, even ordering me around like a dog? The night wind was ice cold, but Wu Yekwang's heart was burning with anger. He stood in the wind for a long time, motionless. Since the beginning, there had naturally been many people who distinguished between the two sides. For example, the East Emperor, the Demon Empress, Ziwu Ji, and so on, Yuan Tianji, Zui Wuqing, and Longing Huan. They could also be considered to have formed their own style, and there were also many who stood, such as Wu Yekwang, Mo Qingqing. The so-called ones who stood were those who didn't help anyone, but they also didn't ask anyone for help. They were independent. This kind of person in the Sky Emperor and Empress was actually still very popular. Wu Yekwang, as a member of this kind of person, had once been very popular, two big camps. No one would easily offend him. But now, when the big western sky had encountered an unprecedented crisis, the sage had extended a helping hand. At the moment of imminent peril, he had saved Wu Yekwang. This result had also brought about a fact that was smoothly organized. The people of the world had placed the big western sky under the sage's category. No matter how unwilling Wu Yekwang was, he could not change this fact. However, the current situation seemed to be even more serious. To put it in a good way, it was better to say it. Wu Yekwang was his subordinate. To put it bluntly, the most powerful vassal was a dog that had been saved by the sage, and that was it. Dong Wushang and the others finally met up with Mo Lei. Dong Wushang was shocked because Mo Lei's face was pale at this moment, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. She actually looked like she was seriously injured. "How are you?" Dong Wushang asked with heartache as he supported his wife. To tell the truth, Dong Wushang was somewhat unable to accept the fact that his wife was actually injured. He would rather be the one getting hurt. "I'm fine, I'm really fine." Mo Lei smiled. Stealing the black dragon's sword this time was like pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth. If I didn't pay a price, how could I steal the black dragon's sword under the heavy guard of the mad sword Heavenly Emperor? The current situation can be said to be very satisfactory. Dong Wushang thought about it and felt that this sentence made sense. Moreover, his wife's injuries were not very serious, so he finally smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. Let me see the black dragon sword." Mo Lei rolled her eyes. This blockhead was really blockhead. At this time, he actually did not know how to comfort her first. He directly changed the topic. "I'm so angry. Don't you know that the more a woman says I'm fine, the more she needs a man to comfort her?" How would Dong Wushang know what his wife was thinking? The moment he heard Mo Lei say that she was fine, he immediately felt relieved and focused on studying the black dragon sword. Second brother Gu is not dead yet. The black dragon sword's dragon soul is intact. Doesn't this mean that second brother Gu is still alive and well? Dong Wushang exclaimed excitedly. His voice was really loud and clear. He was so excited that even his voice was trembling. Xiedanqiong was instantly energized. "That's great. This is really the best news at the moment." The haze that shrouded their hearts finally dissipated at this moment. Their moods were also really relaxed. All this while, no one had mentioned this problem. Everyone just said that no news was good news, and they just had to wait for second brother Gu to be found. No one talked about the problem of life and death, because they did not dare. They really did not dare. But how could they not think about it? Not worry. That was impossible. Now, they could finally confirm it. The black dragon sword soul is intact and very lively. Dong Wushang's eyes were brimming with tears. Thank the heavens. Xiedanqiong took a deep breath and exhaled. Thank the heavens. The black dragon sword soul was intact and very lively. This proved that not only was Gu Duxing not dead, he also did not fall into the hands of Wu Yekwang and the others. If he was captured, Wu Yekwang would immediately execute Gu Duxing just for the sword. Now that we have the black dragon sword, our chances of finding second brother Gu have greatly increased. Xiedanqiong said excitedly. Of course. Dong Wushang smiled without hiding his excitement. Then he sent his divine sense into the black dragon sword. Not long after, a cloud of black gas emerged from the black dragon sword, and a small black dragon gradually took shape. The small black dragon opened its small eyes and looked at Dong Wushang pitifully, with a hint of urgent pleading. The black dragon sword soul naturally recognized Dong Wushang and Xiedanqiong. The Tribulation brothers were often together. When the black dragon sword soul was formed, everyone even celebrated it. The black dragon sword's soul naturally knew that the two people in front of it were its master's best brothers and best friends. Although it could not speak, it did not mean that it did not know anything. Its pleading at this moment was an urgent desire to see its master again. It desperately wanted these two to take it to its master. Black Dragon, we need your help now. Can you understand? Dong Wushang looked at the sword soul and asked nervously. The black dragon coiled on the black dragon sword. Its small head tilted and looked at Dong Wushang in confusion. After a long while, it nodded, indicating that it might or might not understand. Dong Wushang was delighted when he saw this. He said, "Then can you take us to Gu Duxing now? Go to your master? He is not feeling well now, and needs us to help him solve the problem. A very big problem." The black dragon tilted its small head and blinked its bright eyes, revealing an embarrassed look. It shook its head gently. "No." Dong Wushang asked anxiously. The black dragon shook its head again. "It's not that you can't? Then why are you shaking your head?" Dong Wushang asked. The black dragon looked at him innocently. This time it did not shake its head but wagged its tail. "What do you mean by wagging your tail?" Dong Wushang's forehead was sweating as he asked a very inappropriate question. The black dragon could not speak at all. You actually asked it what it meant. The black dragon looked at him in confusion. It wagged its tail again. "Fuck! This thing can't speak. What should we do?" Dong Wushang finally remembered this crucial problem. He was completely at a loss as he looked at the black dragon. The black dragon was also looking at him in a daze. One man and one dragon stared at each other in a daze, staring at each other in a daze. Whether it was a man or a dragon, their expressions were very gloomy at this moment. Dong Wushang thought, "Is this dragon a stupid dragon?" The little black dragon thought, "Is this person an idiot? You idiot! How can you ask questions like that?" Mo Lei finally could not take it anymore. She kicked Dong Wushang to one side. Dong Wushang scratched his head and stood up looking confused. He was indignant. "How am I an idiot?" Mo Lei ignored him and squatted down in front of the black dragon. "Little black dragon, listen to me. If you understand, nod. If you don't, shake your head. If you don't understand, just stare at me. Do you understand?" Mo Lei said gently. The black dragon blinked and nodded with its head tilted. His eyes were sparkling as he heaved a sigh of relief. Then it turned to look at Dong Wushang with a look of disdain in its eyes. He seemed to be saying, "Look at how good she is at asking questions. She's not like you, you big idiot. You only know how to be anxious. You even dare to say that you're stupid." Dong Wushang was speechless. Xiaodanqiong could not help but burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. "Black Dragon, we are going to find your master. Do you know where he is now?" Emoleo asked. The black dragon's eyes flashed and it shook its head. "Can you control the sword to fly?" Emoleo asked. The black dragon looked embarrassed and shook its head again. "Do you know how to find him?" Emoleo continued to ask. Her voice was especially clear and gentle. The black dragon hesitated and stared at Emoleo for a moment. Then it slowly shook its head. "You mean you can't be sure? Can you?" Emoleo said. The black dragon stared at Emoleo. Emoleo patted her head and said, "So you actually want to say that you know how to find him but don't know how to do it, right?" Emoleo's words were a bit tongue-twisting and the meaning was very vague. It was even contradictory. But the strange thing was that after she finished speaking, the black dragon quickly nodded in agreement. "How about this? We will take you and search everywhere. You can sense your master's aura. If you find anything, tell us quickly. How about that?" Emoleo asked. The black dragon nodded happily. At this moment, the little black dragon was so cute that it could kill most girls in the world. "In terms of direction, you are also responsible for guiding us." Emoleo said. "Which direction should we start from?" Give us a general direction." The black dragon shook its head sadly. "Today is the birthday of the leader of the White Tiger War God. Let us wish him a happy birthday. This morning, I quickly got up and went back to my hometown to get my keyboards. Cough, cough! The 13 keyboards that I broke in the past were all fixed. This time, in a fit of anger, I moved all 13 of them here. When I went upstairs, a guy asked me, 'Ah, you got new stock. How many days can these be sold for?' I was speechless. Aunt Fong laughed so hard that she rocked back and forth. She tried to explain the situation to him. Then the guy looked at me with a gaze as if he was looking at a mountain. Until now, my self-esteem has not recovered." Chapter 2583. Oh, you don't know this for now. Then let's move in a spiral pattern, gradually widening the distance and running in all directions. Once you feel something in one direction, inform me immediately. Then we'll search in that direction. What do you think?" The black dragon nodded fiercely, his eyes sparkling, expressing his agreement. Mo lay, or stood up and looked at Dong Wushang. "Now you know where you're stupid? Idiot." Dong Wushang scratched his head and said gloomily, "What did you mean just now?" "This and that, do you know? I still don't understand." "Uff." Mo lay laughed. "Right now, the black dragon is at most equivalent to a child who doesn't know how to speak. It's already quite rare for him to be able to understand whatever you say to him. Don't tell me you still expect him to tell you anything too specific? So, you can only ask him questions. The rule is for him to answer by nodding or shaking his head. Then, as long as he can understand, you can roughly understand what he means. But you actually want him to answer and speak in human language. Aren't you making things difficult for him? Did I wrongly say that you're stupid?" Dong Wushang was enlightened. "I see. I understand now. I'm indeed very stupid. I didn't even realize this." Xiadanqiong was already laughing so hard that not only did his stomach hurt, he was almost suffering from internal injuries. The 3 guards also couldn't stop laughing. "There's no time to lose. Let's set off immediately," Mo Layer said. "Who's holding the black dragon sword?" "I'll do it," Dong Wushang volunteered. But once he said this, the black dragon stood up. He actually didn't retract his sword. His small black eyes stared at Dong Wushang in disdain, showing a strong sense of resistance. "You idiot! You actually want to hold me? Isn't that a waste of effort?" Dong Wushang instantly felt that his self-esteem had suffered a serious blow again. Instantly, he was speechless and depressed. "Let me hold it." Mo Layer couldn't help but laugh. Her slender hand reached out to the sword hilt. The little black dragon nodded. Shaking its head and wagging its tail, it turned into a black fog and entered the sword. Obviously, it approved of Mo Layer. "Damn!" Dong Wushang was stunned for a moment. He turned to Xiadanqiong and said, "This thing must be male. It's the same as Ao Xiun." Xiadanqiong's face turned as red as a jujube. Black lines appeared on his forehead. Somewhere far, far away, Ao Xiun shivered. He scratched his head in confusion. "Who's scolding me behind my back?" Finally, they reached a consensus. Both the man and the sword were overjoyed. They immediately took action. The group of people and their swords returned to the battlefield where the land had turned into a sea. Mo Layer held the black dragon sword in her hand and used her movement technique to move swiftly. She began to circle in a spiral without an end. Circle by circle, he gradually increased the range of his swimming. The black dragon's sword soul was carefully distinguishing its master's aura. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. The distance between the swimming circles became larger and larger. The scope of his search grew larger and larger, but he still found nothing. However, whether it was Mo Layer who was moving at full speed or Dong Wushang, Xiadanqiong, and the others who were watching from the side, none of them showed the slightest bit of impatience. They continued to nervously and meticulously expand the search circle. Everyone firmly believed in one thing. Now that they had the black dragon sword in hand, their search strategy was correct. Then he would definitely be able to find Gu Duxing and Bu Luqing. As long as the two of them were found, everyone would be at ease. No matter what kind of injuries Gu Duxing and Bu Luqing had suffered, as long as they still had a breath left, there would be no problem. Now, Xie had enough elixirs that Chu Yang had specially given him. In the worst-case scenario, the two of them would be able to temporarily recover a part of their strength and survive until Chu Yang arrived. One person patiently searched. However, Dong Wushang and the others didn't know that other than them, there was another person who also firmly believed that they would definitely be able to find Gu Duxing. Therefore, this person was also silently following them, while they were paying attention to the Black Dragon Sword's search for Gu Duxing's whereabouts. This person was also paying close attention to them. In the sky, a white cloud came and went. Sometimes it gathered together, sometimes it dispersed. It floated here and there, completely no different from the other white clouds in the sky. Sometimes when it dispersed, it would merge into other clouds. It was Cloud Master. This time, in order to capture Gu Duxing, Cloud Master didn't mobilize anyone but himself. If too many people were mobilized, the people below were all peak experts. They would definitely be alerted, especially Dong Wushang and his wife, as well as Xie Danqiang. They were all world-shaking experts who dominated an area. How could ordinary people be qualified to follow them? Once they were discovered, all of their plans would be for naught. This was a serious matter. They couldn't afford to be careless. In the heart of the saint, this matter was extremely important. The imprint he left on the Black Dragon sword was really very faint. It was so faint that no one could detect it at all. Only Cloud Master himself was an exception. Only he could clearly know where that imprint had gone to at any time. But even so, he still decided to give chase. He looked down from high up in the sky and waited. He looked forward to the arrival of that moment. As long as this person successfully found Gu Duxing, then including Gu Duxing, everyone would be killed by the saint in an instant. It's actually Great Emperor Wushang and Great Emperor Qianghua. These two actually came personally. This is really beyond my expectations. What a deep brotherhood. Humph. The saint snorted coldly. He definitely recognized Dong Wushang and Xie Danqiang. He had directly and indirectly interacted with these two new heavenly imperial great emperors many times. If it was in the past, the saint would probably have already gone down and engaged in a huge battle with these people, killing them all. Although Dong Wushang and Xie Danqiang's strength had improved, if they were to engage in a fierce battle with Cloud Master now, only death would await them. Fortunately, Yun Shangren was only waiting patiently at the moment. At this time, especially after the battle with Gu Duxing, in the heart of the saint, there was no one else who was more important than Gu Duxing. Because Gu Duxing could actually make me feel that kind of aura of death. No one else had ever given me such a feeling, including this person below right now. So the life and death of that person below wasn't important. Only if Gu Duxing didn't die would the saint truly be unable to eat or sleep in peace. In fact, in the heart of the saint, all the important matters in front of him were no longer as important as killing Gu Duxing. If he were to make a move now and alert the enemy, Gu Duxing would probably never be caught. On account of the fact that you can help me find Gu Duxing, I'll let you live for a while longer. The saint's eyes stared coldly at the people below as he murmured in his heart. Then he gently closed his eyes. He didn't even dare to look directly at these people for too long, lest he arouse their vigilance. Although they were separated by a great distance, the sage was still extremely careful. Although these people weren't his match, they definitely couldn't be underestimated. Continue to speed up, speed up. I'll be at ease once Gu Duxing is found. All of you can also go on your way to freedom earlier. The saint looked up at the sky, his body turning into a white cloud as he looked at the endless sky. At this moment, he had already gathered all his cultivation. This was the first time in a million years that he had gathered his cultivation like this. As long as he made a move, there couldn't be any mistakes. As long as they really find Gu Duxing, everything will be under their control. In the previous battle, Gu Duxing was severely injured. And with the injuries that Gu Duxing is suffering now, it's not something that can be healed by any heavenly treasure or elixir. They will definitely have to circulate their energy to heal him first. And to heal him, they will definitely have to find a hidden place. When the time comes, I'll make a move at the crucial moment. With a thunderous strike, I'll first get rid of the target, Gu Duxing. Then, I'll strangle these people to death one by one. Yes, great Emperor Wushang and his wife can be kept first nurtured into myriad saints' true spirits. After that, I can calmly wait for the others to come one by one and capture them one by one. The saint's eyes had an extremely cruel smile. Do you think that after ascending to the position of Heavenly Emperor, you can sit back and relax? That you can really stand side by side with Heavenly Emperor One and Empress? Dream on. As long as this operation succeeds, then the hidden power behind will definitely all surface, and I can follow the clues to find the melon and catch them all in one go. In order to achieve this goal, even if the process is accompanied by many sacrifices, it'll be worth it. Humph. If I didn't purposely leave the Saint Emperor Palace empty, how could you succeed? And since you've succeeded in the battle, your mentality will definitely change. And I can calmly make arrangements and wait for the crucial moment to arrive. The saint's eyes flashed. The only pity is, I only lost a clone of Shuexian. When did this woman run back? The sage closely followed Xie Danqiong and the others from above, and didn't leave for even a moment. Although Xie Danqiong, Dong Wushang, and the rest were already considered top experts, compared to the saint, they were still too far away. Even if they were fully prepared to fight him head-on, they would definitely not be his match. They would definitely be caught in one go. Even the saint wouldn't have to expend too much effort. Moreover, the enemy was in the dark now, and the saint was deliberately hiding his presence. So the situation was even worse. The most fatal thing was Dong Wushang and the rest were completely unaware. With their cultivation, they were still unable to detect that the biggest enemy in their lives was right above their heads, following them closely like a shadow. But they had sunk into a state of frenzy and excitement, completely tirelessly searching for Gu Duxing's whereabouts at this moment. Everyone's mood was very joyous and very excited. This was a kind of ecstasy of regaining what they had lost, causing everyone to completely ignore the possible danger that they might encounter. Moreover, the journey had been so peaceful that they had lowered their vigilance. Today's small explosion. I'll continue to write the third update. Begging for votes. Chapter 2584. Among the brothers, if Chu Yang and Mo Tianji encountered such a thing, although they would also be very happy, they would still first check their own safety to ensure that nothing went wrong. No matter how bad it was, they would still be able to prepare for a rainy day and lay down a considerable protective measure to ensure that everything was safe. Even if they were really followed, there would at least be room to maneuver. This was a characteristic of the two of them. However, the other brothers were not as careful and prudent as them. Just like the present Dong Wushang and Xie Danqiong, they simply did not consider this point. Originally, although Dong Wushang was straightforward, Xie Danqiong was a cautious and prudent person. However, at this moment, these two people's hearts were somewhat racing, thinking that their own brothers were urgently waiting for their rescue. They could not help but be anxious. They could not wait to see Gu Duxing in the next moment. However, the two people simply did not know. When they truly found Gu Duxing, it would be when the brothers were completely annihilated. When that time truly arrived, they would be completely unprepared and would be caught unprepared. Furthermore, the one they would face was the current world's undisputed #1 expert, the only sage monarch. At that time, they would truly not have the slightest bit of chance. They incessantly cheered each other on, tirelessly searching it should be soon put in more effort. On the other side, Chu Yang and the others traversed the extreme heaven, like chasing the wind and lightning, not even wasting the time to drink water. They did not know how the big western sky was doing, and how Gu Duxing's safety was. Everyone had to hurry over as soon as possible. They sped up the whole way and passed the halfway point. Still, almost no one spoke. Everyone's faces were calm as they turned into rainbows and flew all the way. It seemed that a very bad premonition arose in their hearts. If we are late, something will happen. This kind of extremely negative feeling, especially for Chuyang, was the most intense. From the start of the journey until now, he had always been somewhat uneasy, but he could not clearly explain what was going on. In order to further increase their speed, Chuyang simply let Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian enter the tribulation space to cultivate. The others, under Chuyang's lead, each and every one of them also risked their lives to hurry on. Thousands of miles of mountains and mountains. Suddenly they were far away. Finally, this day, after another 7,000 miles, will be in the territory of the great western sky. Pointing at the boundless sea of clouds in front of them, Mo Tianji softly said, "We'll arrive there. It's very likely that we'll encounter a battle at the very first moment. So let's take a short break. I'm afraid that we won't have a chance to rest after this." Chuyang stopped. His gaze was sharp as he looked ahead. After a while, he nodded lightly. Along the way, there was indeed no chance to rest. Although everyone's strength was extraordinary, they were all exhausted. In such a state, it was still possible for him to press on with his journey. But if he really encountered a strong enemy or was besieged by a large army, he might not be of much help to Guduxing. He would be the first to collapse. Just as Mo Tianji had said, the most important thing to do now was to recover and recover. It's time to eat. If you need medicine, come to me. The big western sky is right in front of us, and a great battle can erupt at any time. Chuyang took a deep breath. I have a premonition. What awaits us when we get there is bound to be an extremely arduous battle. Everyone, by all means, must not relax at all. So, everyone must be in their best condition and throw themselves into the upcoming battle. Chuyang said heavily. Otherwise, we'll lose without a doubt. Chuyang spoke so cautiously, although everyone didn't quite believe it, and even somewhat disapproved of it. They didn't know what basis Chuyang had for saying this, but they instinctively became vigilant. Everyone had come to the big western sky. There was no need to doubt that they had come to fight. But as for what Chuyang had said, once they arrived, they wouldn't even have time to catch their breath before fighting, right? Mo Tianji frowned. For the first time, he looked at Chuyang with some hesitation. Immediately, he put one hand on Mo's shoulder and took out the Tianji copper coin with his other hand. Mo Tianji had gained the ability to predict the future ever since he had mastered the controlling the world technique. Mo Tianji hadn't been able to fully grasp this ability at the present stage. However, he would be triggered by a certain event, a certain time, or a certain medium, and this would trigger a kind of whim for no reason. Chuyang's words had inadvertently touched Mo Tianji's mood, and this had triggered a burst of whim. Ever since he had ascended to the heavenly imperial court, this kind of whim was rarely seen, but every time it appeared, it meant that something big was about to happen. What did it mean to be touched at this moment? Mo Tianji didn't dare to be negligent. His cautious nature of wanting to be unafraid of 10,000 things made him immediately take action. The golden copper coin kept rolling in Mo Tianji's right hand, seemingly able to reflect 100 states of the world. Mo Tianji was high in the clouds, looking up at the sky. Immediately, he silently flipped over and soared into the sky. His thin figure in his white clothes flew straight up into the clouds. Chuyang frowned, watching Mo Tianji's strange movements. Suddenly, he remembered something that Mo Tianji had once said: controlling the world, seeing the future. In this mysterious technique, there was a very magical divination method. The caster cast the spell in the clouds, drawing the power of the stars in the sky, using the firmament as a plate, grasping the ground as the ground, and seeing the mysteries of the heavens with the naked eye. This was called the Heavenly Stars chess set, seeing the future. And now, What Mo Tianji was using should be this mystical technique. This method was undoubtedly the most accurate divination method, but at the same time it was also the most energy-consuming divination method. Mo Tianji was the same as everyone else, rushing over without stopping. His energy was greatly depleted, and everyone else only expended their physical strength and martial power. Mo Tianji, on top of expending his physical strength and martial power, also had to divide his attention to plan. Therefore, his mental strength was also greatly depleted. Divination methods tested the caster's mental strength the most. Mo Tianji was in a poor state where all three of his powers were depleted, but he still used such an extreme method. One could imagine how bad the situation was. Chu Yang didn't have time to worry about Mo Tianji. Since Mo Tianji knew his situation and still did this, he must have his reasons. He only stared at Mo Tianji moving in the air. The copper coin formed a circle of yellow light, circling around Mo Tianji's body like a whirlwind. It was as if a golden armored god had suddenly appeared in the air. Whoosh! Mo Tianji landed beside Chu Yang, sweating profusely. His face was pale. Chu Yang reached out and supported him. At the same time, a continuous and abundant stream of energy was injected into Mo Tianji's body. Mo Tianji didn't pay attention to Chu Yang's help. He still looked up at the Tianji copper coin in the air. The yellow light was still circling in the air. Gradually, it turned into a complete halo. Then, a tinkling sound could be heard. It was crisp and pleasing to the ear. It was like a beautiful music from billions of years ago that had been transmitted to the present. It was also like a music from billions of years in the future that had reversed time and space and returned to the present moment. That ethereal sound was ethereal, dreamy, resplendent, and filled with the mysteries of life. It lasted for a long time. At this moment, Mo Tianji unconsciously held his breath. He stared at the Tianji copper coin in the air without blinking. He listened to every sound and didn't want to miss a single sound. That sound continued to ring. It seemed to be different every moment, but it also seemed like there was no change at all. Mo Tianji's face finally began to relax a little. Chu Yang didn't look at the Tianji copper coin in the air because he couldn't understand it. There was no point in forcing himself to look at it. He only looked at Mo Tianji's face. Seeing that Mo Tianji seemed to be relaxing, Chu Yang immediately felt relieved. This expression meant that things were developing in a good direction. However, at this moment, the copper coin suddenly danced even faster. The sound of the wind became louder. The sound of nature that didn't have any changes suddenly changed. It was completely different from before. It became sonorous and vibrating, filled with the sound of killing. That feeling was like a war between two countries. Thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers were lined up in front and fighting with their lives on the line. Mournful wails shook the sky and continued without end. At this point, Mo Tianji's face changed greatly. He became as ugly as a dead person. He suddenly opened his mouth and bit the tip of his tongue. A mouthful of red blood spurted out and covered the Tianji copper coin in the air. After the coin received Mo Tianji's blood, it gradually stabilized. The sound of killing in the sky became clearer and clearer. Mo Tianji's face became even paler. His lips trembled slightly. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, there was a loud bang in the air. It was actually the small copper coin in the air that made a loud sound like a bell. The copper coin that had been absorbing Mo Tianji's blood had gradually stopped moving. How could it suddenly make such a sound without any warning? After the copper coin made that loud sound, it fell to the ground. Mo Tianji quickly stepped forward. He made a gesture with his left hand and stretched out his right hand. The 3 copper coins fell to the ground in Mo Tianji's palm. They continued to spin on their own. After a while, they all stopped. They were all facing the sky. There were clearly just a few copper coins. but they gave people a feeling of awe. However, Mo Tianji's attention was not on the copper coin that had stopped. It was because all of his attention was on the other 3 copper coins. The 3 copper coins that were still spinning. Those 3 copper coins seemed to want to stop, but they just couldn't. They looked like they were about to fall to the ground with their backs facing the sky. However, they continued to spin shakily. In the end, the 3 copper coins actually left the range of Mo Tianji's palm and moved to his fingers. They got stuck between the gaps of his fingers. They didn't move to the left or right. They didn't move to the front or the back. They just leaned there half dead. However, the reverse side had already begun to tilt towards the upper side. Even a layman like Chu Yang could see this omen. It was obviously not good to the extreme. Chapter 2585. Mo Tianji's palms closed and his eyes closed. His face suddenly flushed red, and he immediately spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His whole body trembled. His entire person seemed to have aged by 3 to 5 years in an instant. Extremely tired, he gasped for breath and immediately grabbed Chu Yang. Move out immediately. Use the fastest speed to go to Big Western Paradise. Things are not good. Saying this, he dragged Chu Yang and was about to set off. Blood was still flowing out of the corners of his mouth, but he didn't care about it at all. He only had the thought of rushing at full speed. Chu Yang made a prompt decision and didn't ask why. He raised his arms and said, "Everyone set off immediately. The situation is urgent. Use all your strength to go to Big Western Paradise." Before his voice fell, he was already carrying Mo Tianji as he took the lead and rushed out several hundred feet. GMO, Luo Kudi, Rue Butong, Mo Qingwu, and the others were still recuperating a moment ago. Now, they were all anxiously rushing to keep up. No one asked what had happened, but they all coincidentally burned their own life potential and turned it into advancing speed. What's the situation? Is there a big danger on Duxing's side? While running, Chu Yang transmitted a question to Mo Tianji on his back. Mo Tianji breathed heavily. Right now, it's not just Duxing. Big Western Paradise has an ominous star shining, including Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and Xia Danqiong. They are all in danger of dying. We have to hurry over as soon as possible to have a chance of survival. Cough, cough, cough. Lei is not with us. I can't divine it, but she's with Dong Wushang. I'm afraid. Mo Tianji coughed violently and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Chu Yang's whole body shook. He only felt all the hair on his body stand up. His speed, which had already been raised to the limit, unexpectedly increased by a bit. This speed is still not enough. We can't make it in time. Mo Tianji swallowed a mouthful of blood with difficulty. His gaze was anxious and his heart was burning with impatience. Just now, when Mo Tianji forcibly saw through heaven's secrets, he received the most serious backlash in his life, but he didn't care about it at all. Right now, there was nothing more important than saving the lives of his 3 brothers. According to the divination, if we were to rush over at this speed, the 3 brothers would have already been reduced to dust by the time we arrived. In fact, we will all die in this battle. Mo Tianji tried his best to control himself. Boss, the only way is to put us all into the tribulation space and then you, cough, 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 use the tribulation sword. Only by running as fast as you can we get there. Only by gathering with tribulation. Only then will we have a chance to survive. Quick! Mo Tianji said the last word. He once again spurted out a mouthful of blood. Then he fainted on Chu Yang's back and fell into a deep coma. Seeing this, Chu Yang was shocked and immediately called Chu Lu over. He handed Mo Tianji over to her. Then he gathered everyone and said, "Everyone, don't move. I'll use another method to bring you along." Putting people into the tribulation space could only be done when they were absolutely still. Just as everyone stood still, Chu Yang spun around and swept everyone into the tribulation space. Meanwhile, With a clear sword hum, the calamity sword appeared in the void and appeared in Chu Yang's hand. Sword light flashed. Only then did the long sword appear in Chu Yang's hand. Almost at the same time, Chu Yang had already activated the heaven-splitting divine technique. He focused all his attention on the calamity sword. Then he used 3 moves in succession. These 3 moves were all the same. So what if I slaughter the world? In order to hasten his journey, Chu Yang actually used the number 1 killing sword in the world to propel himself forward. Moreover, he used it 3 times in succession. At the same time, suddenly, wind and thunder surged in the sky. The sword light only stopped for a moment. Then, with a whoosh, it drew a long line of light in midair. In an instant, it had already traveled hundreds of miles. As the ray of light streaked across the sky, the trajectory of the ray of light shattered into a long black hole. After the black hole appeared, an extremely dull sonic boom suddenly sounded. However, by this time, Chu Yang had already disappeared without a trace. Even the light of the sword had disappeared, because at this moment Chu Yang used "So what if I slaughter the world" again several times. He forcefully activated the sword move and rushed forward. At this moment, Chu Yang was completely crazy. He didn't care about anything. He rushed forward regardless of the cost. Chu Yang continuously activated his elemental energy and accelerated. His Dantian and Nebula were agitated at the same time, one move after another. "So what if I slaughter the world" was executed continuously, the sharpest in the world, the best killing move in the world. However, at the same time, it was the fastest sword in the world. This move, in essence, had reached the extreme realm of speed that could be achieved by becoming one with the sword. Now, Chu Yang's speed had increased by at least 10 times compared to his previous speed. His previous speed was already Chu Yang's limit. Now, it had increased by another 10 times. This speed was beyond the limit that even De Ho had never achieved. Godly speed. Chu Yang's body maintained a parallel position in the air. His head was in front and his feet were behind. The tip of the long sword in his right hand was pointing straight ahead. The tip of the sword flashed with wind and thunder. It forcefully broke open the space in front and opened up an unobstructed path to heaven. Chu Yang's body went straight forward like this. In just an hour's time, 5,000 miles of distance had already disappeared under the sword. Chu Yang forcefully activated the sword move and rushed forward without any scruples. Everyone who saw this scene was inexplicably shocked. They really didn't know what was happening in the sky. In fact, most people only saw a dazzling ray of light flying past quickly. When they wanted to take a closer look, this ray of light had already disappeared from their sight. The only thing that could be seen and heard was a series of explosions coming from the horizon. From the horizon came a dull sound, as if the ancient thunder god was beating the war drum. It was just another black hole that flashed by. What's going on? What's happening? Is the world going to collapse? It's too scary. This was the reaction of ordinary people. As for the eyes of experts, this ray of sword light indicated that an earth-shattering battle was about to begin. When everyone saw this ray of sword light, they felt the hair on their backs stand up. Goosebumps rose all over their bodies. A chill ran down their spines from the bottom of their hearts. A peerless expert, at least at the level of De Ho. Even De Ho may not be able to achieve such godly speed, right? To rush forward like this, it must be an extremely urgent matter. Once it arrives, it's bound to be an earth-shattering, decisive battle. But who is this person? Who is this person? When did such a world-shocking character appear in the Heaven Imperial Court? The most intense thing is that murderous aura. He's clearly far above the sky, but I can clearly feel the murderous aura rushing straight to my eyebrows. I'm scared witless. That's right. This person is clearly an out-and-out killing god. Looking at his imposing manner, I'm afraid, even if he massacred this Heaven Imperial Court's trillions of people, He wouldn't have the least bit of change in expression. Who is this person? Who is his opponent? Let's go take a look? Don't spare me. This kind of expert. Just glare at me and my soul will scatter. I'm not going to join in the fun. When I get home, I'll burn incense and kowtow and let my ancestors bless me. Such a terrifying person. Let me never meet him again in my lifetime. Yeah, such power, such a baleful aura. In the entire Heaven Imperial Court, those who can match this sword, I'm afraid the number of fingers can be counted. The one who said this was a peak-level saint expert from the big western sky. This person had just walked out from his seclusion and was about to enter the world of mortals, thinking of dispersing his own loneliness and solitude. But as soon as he came out, he saw this terrifying, nightmarish sword light. Immediately, it was as if he was struck by lightning. His whole body trembled, and he became sluggish. With my cultivation under this person's sword, I'm afraid I can't even last half a move. This peak-level saint expert trembled from head to toe, his face full of fear. I originally thought that since I've already reached the peak of saint level, even if it's enough to proclaim myself as the overlord of this world, it's still okay to dominate a region. But now it seems the Heaven Imperial Court has become very frightening. I'd better return to the mountain and live in seclusion. At least that place is very safe. This previously ambitious, secluded expert let out a long sigh. Extremely lonely, he walked back the way he came. Henceforth, for the rest of his life, he didn't step into Jianghu again. The terror of this sword became his nightmare for the latter half of his life. In short, Chu Yang flew all the way for thousands of miles, and in the true sense it completely boiled over. How many experts had their confidence completely shattered by this world-shaking, peerless sword strike? This was a sword that shouldn't have appeared in the Heaven Imperial Court in the mortal world. Chu Yang's gaze was persistent. There was nothing else. The nebula in his dantian surged at the same time. It seemed that the nebula in his dantian was also arranging troops and setting up a battle array, intensely preparing for the imminent, decisive battle. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, a sword flying across. At this moment, Chu Yang had already entered the territory of the big western sky. But Chu Yang didn't pause at all. He allowed the Calamity Sword to automatically search for Gu Dexing, Dong Wushang, and Xia Danqiong's aura. It led Chu Yang, whistling through the wind and thunder. At this moment, Chu Yang actually followed the sword as it moved, as if he was a sword servant. Dong Wushang, Xia Danqiong, and the others had already sunk into an extreme state of ecstasy, because after continuously moving in a spiral motion and searching for 5,000 miles, the Black Dragon's sword spirit finally reacted. The little black dragon sneakily emerged from the Black Dragon sword. It shook its head and wagged its tail, gesticulating with its hands and feet. It was so excited that it couldn't be any more excited. Found it? Dong Wushang's face was pleasantly surprised, almost jumping for joy. Chapter 2586. You didn't find it? Then why are you so excited? Dong Wushang didn't understand. Mo Lei rolled her eyes at him and asked the little black dragon gently, "Did you feel it? Although it's not very strong, you did feel it?" The little black dragon was excited and nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Then which direction is it exactly?" Mo Lei was also excited. Traveling 5,000 miles in a spiral motion wasn't just a simple 5,000 miles journey. It was a journey that required a considerable amount of effort. The little black dragon stretched out its claws and seemed to hesitate for a while. Finally, it pointed to the east and then to the south. It should be in the range of this and that. Mo Lei guessed. The little black dragon shook its head and wagged its tail. Then it should be in these two directions. Mo Lei continued to guess. The little black dragon nodded happily and did a somersault back into the Black Dragon's sword. Dong Wushang was very unhappy with the dragon's attitude. This little perverted dragon is even worse than Ao Xun. It's clearly valuing sex over friendship. When I asked it if it found it just now, it shook its head. When you asked it, it nodded. It's simply taking liberties with my wife, this little perverted dragon. When I find Guduxing, I'll definitely pull it out of the black dragon sword and teach it a lesson. Emolea rolled her eyes. Can you not be so embarrassing? It's clearly you who are stupid and blaming others for not giving you a clear hint. What you asked just now was if it was found. If he didn't find it, of course he would shake his head. He's only confirmed 2 possible directions now. It's not like he found it. It's clearly you who didn't ask the right question. You're actually blaming the little dragon for being perverted. You're actually blaming him for flirting with your wife. Is your wife so easy to flirt with? Emolea rolled her eyes and hugged the black dragon sword angrily as she walked away, ignoring a certain someone. Dong Wushang scratched his head and followed behind. Ignoring Xie Danqiong and the others who were secretly laughing, he muttered, "Anyway, I just feel unhappy. You're my wife. Why should he be so close to you?" Xie Danqiong had been silent all this time, but now that he had ascertained Gu Duxing's location, his mood had become very good. He unexpectedly cracked a joke and said, "You are jealous. You are purely jealous. Moreover, he's jealous of a sword spirit. This is simply a super weirdo since ancient times. Haha." Before he could finish, he laughed heartily. Along the way, Xie Danqiong had been worried about Gu Duxing's safety all along. But, to be honest, he was still having a good time. Dong Wushang looked at him with a black face. "Xie Danqiong, good. You must remember, among the brothers, you have to call me Big Brother." Xie Danqiong restrained a smile and said solemnly, "Let's go quickly. Second brother Gu might be in front of us. We can't afford to delay him." Then he took the lead and flew away. Dong Wushang, who was just about to pick up fourth brother's fight, suddenly lost his target. He scratched his head and followed after them, thinking to himself, "When I'm free." He should discuss this with boss and study it further. Could he come up with a heavy pill that could make people smarter so that they wouldn't be defeated like they were now? And in the sky above them, a white cloud slowly floated over. The white cloud silently transformed into a human face. It looked sideways at the people below, who were in high spirits, and revealed a cruel sneer. Then it turned back into a white cloud. Then it quietly followed. "Looks like they're about to find Gu Duxing. I didn't wait in vain." Only Saint Monarch frowned and thought to himself, "The efficiency of these guys is really not slow. I originally thought that you guys would need at least 4 or 5 days to find him. I didn't expect that you guys would find him in just 2 days. But the faster you guys find him, the faster you'll die. Looks like the time to make a move is coming soon." Only Saint Monarch muttered to himself. A white cloud suddenly floated over and turned into a mask. Then another white cloud floated over and turned into a mask. A cruel and sinister smile appeared on his face. Even his figure had undergone a subtle change. "I'll make a move when you guys are the happiest and the most excited. At that time, you guys will show an expression of extreme joy turning into sorrow. It will certainly be very exciting. This can be considered as a small reward for your efforts." Emolea Dong Wushang and the others followed the direction that the little black dragon had determined. After walking for no less than a few hundred miles, they suddenly discovered that the destination that the little black dragon had mentioned was actually a boundless freshwater lake filled with green ripples. The lake was vast and seemed to extend to the ends of the sky. Faced with this scene, everyone was stunned. Only the black dragon's sword spirit seemed to be even more excited. It was very obvious that it was pointing in a certain direction. Over there, Emolea's gaze focused, and she asked with some hesitation. The little black dragon nodded excitedly. It shook its head and wagged its tail, nodding and bowing. Before it finished speaking, Dong Wushang and Xie Danqiong had already flown up impatiently. They were high in the air and flew towards the opposite direction. Second brother Gu. Second brother Gu. I'm Xiadanqiong. Wushang and I are here. Second brother Gu. Ha ha ha. How are you now? Dong Wushang's voice was the loudest. At this moment, the joy of finding his brother had long overshadowed everything else. It was a strong feeling of regaining something that had been lost. It was incomparably real. He firmly believed that somewhere on the opposite side, Gu Duxing was there. The feeling of the black dragon's sword spirit definitely couldn't be wrong. It was closely connected to Gu Duxing's soul. How could it be wrong in such matters? Xie Danqiong, who had always been calm and elegant, also had the urge to dance with joy at this moment. He even had the feeling of wanting to cry. Thank the heavens, second brother is fine. In midair, that white cloud drifted over slowly and followed Dong Wushang and Xie Danqiong to the opposite shore. Vaguely, a figure was already gradually taking shape above the clouds, but Dong Wushang and Xie Danqiong were currently in an incomparable state of ecstasy and were completely unaware of this. Not only had they come to Gu Duxing's side, they had also brought along the Grim Reaper at the same time. The deadliest Grim Reaper, the most terrifying nightmare, the most terrifying demon. At this moment, Mo Lei who was following closely behind, suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. She felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort in her heart. This kind of extremely negative feeling made her heart palpitate for a moment in this kind of atmosphere that should have been ecstatic. What's wrong with me? Mo Lei unnaturally felt very strange in her heart. Gu Duxing was not only Dong Wushang's second brother, but also her own second brother. She had always admired this iron-blooded man who would rather break than bend. Now that she had finally found his whereabouts and arrived at the place where he was hiding, why was she actually still palpitating? This shouldn't be. Mo Lei shook her head and forcibly expelled this extremely uncomfortable negative feeling. With a smile on her face, she flew into the air. Behind her, Mo Yuntian and the other two guards followed closely. Everyone had a smile on their faces that came from the bottom of their hearts. His Majesty's wish was finally fulfilled. After surviving a calamity, the reunion of brothers, this was undoubtedly the most worthy thing to celebrate. For the past few days, Gu Duxing had been steadily absorbing spiritual energy from the water underground. After the first half of the day, he could already feel a huge amount of spiritual energy being drawn from the water underground. It was flowing into his body in an endless stream in an extremely orderly manner. This kind of feeling was completely different from absorbing spiritual energy from the sky. After his almost dried-up meridians received the sturdiness of the earth and the gentleness of the water, they actually slowly became warm, moist, solid, and filled up. Although the injuries that his body had endured previously still existed and did not even improve in the slightest, it was already not as uncomfortable as before. Besides, Gu Duxing even more clearly felt that he was lacking in various aspects in the past. It was precisely because of this sturdiness of the earth and the gentleness of the flowing water that made him feel that the path that he had taken previously was actually a little off. He had blindly pursued fierceness, pursued that kind of lonely feeling at the top. In itself, it was a relatively wrong direction. Without water, it can't be a sword. This was the first realization that Gu Duxing had since he was severely injured. It was as if he had seen a sword come into existence from nothing and then start to be forged continuously. The entire process of tempering actually required water. Every time the water was tempered, the impurities of the sword would be extracted from the body of the sword, bit by bit, and then finally it still came out from the water to form a complete and perfect sword. Without water, there is also no sword. Blindly forging will only turn a piece of steel into a pile of trash. Gu Duxing said to himself in his heart, "So, the sword can actually leave water." Gu Duxing pondered, "But my sword intent in the past was completely without water. So I have to improve it. But where exactly do I have to start from?" Gu Duxing thought for a while and then sighed heavily, because Chuyang had once told him about the gentleness of water in the sword, and it was not just once. And at that time he had once accompanied Chuyang in searching for this gentleness of water for a very long time. But later he just let it go. Why are you sighing? Is the healing effect not ideal? This can't be rushed. It has to be done slowly. Gu Miaoling, who was at the side, asked gently. Gu Dexing was a little ashamed. The injury is nothing. Although it didn't get better, it didn't worsen either. I have other thoughts. Indeed, if you don't personally experience it, no matter how reasonable it is, it's just a passing wind. Once it has passed, let it go. Just now, I was actually regretting something in the past. There was once a sword principle that was clearly placed in front of me, and it had already become a standard. But I didn't cherish it and let it go. Chapter 2587. Now, at the end of the road, I know that that principle is actually true. It's the path to the peak that can only be achieved after countless trials and tribulations. Gu Dexing sighed, full of regret. Gu Miaoling said softly, yes. Often, when we're young, there are many principles that our parents and elders remind us of every day. But we just listen and then forget. We never truly experience it. And we even complain that they are too long-winded. They say the same thing thousands of times. Isn't it annoying? But only when we really grow up and understand this principle through our own personal experience do we truly understand. But by the time we understand it, it may already be too late. Because the detours that we have taken, the years that we have lost, we will never turn back. In this world, isn't the most difficult medicine to find the medicine of regret? Sister Xiao Miao, who was always gentle, actually made a rare joke in order to appease her little brother at this moment. Gu Dexing still sighed deeply. He seriously recalled every word that Chuyang said back then. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he felt. Not only did Big Boss talk about the gentle strength of water, even Big Boss also talked about the heavy strength of earth. Gu Dexing's gaze was heavy with memories. Now, I understand that no matter what kind of hard metal it is, no matter which plane it was in, its original form is actually the earth. From the coincidences of the earth, these things are condensed. That's what the so-called metal is. Only by forging metal into materials can there be weapons. Continuously tempering water, continuously polishing. Only then can there be divine weapons. And in this, the thing that plays the biggest role. Actually, it may not be the spiritual energy of the sky. Most of the decisive factors actually come from the soil and the water. Only by combining these three into one can one be truly invincible in the universe. Gu Dexing said in a daze, "This is the true essence of the sword." Gu Miaoling exposed a gentle smile. Little brother, it's not too late for you to understand this principle now. Only when you recover from your injuries, your strength will go further. You will understand the true essence. There will be no more obstacles in your path, and you can look forward to the great Tao. This is really something to be happy about. Gu Dexing looked at her. He sighed helplessly. This was because he was very clear about Gu Miaoling's current state of mind. She was indeed happy for him. Her heart was also happy and gratified. However, Gu Miaoling herself felt the same as when she had first heard Chuyang's words. He felt that it made sense, and he felt comfortable listening to it. But he didn't have the enthusiasm to practice it himself, because Gu Miaoling had never experienced it. But Gu Dexing didn't say anything else because he knew. These principles of martial arts were the same as the principles of life that had been passed down through the ages. He had never experienced it before. Or maybe it was just a sentence. Only by personally experiencing it would it become a saying of wisdom, and only then would it have meaning. This was also, there were some principles that the entire continent knew, and everyone could talk about it. However, those who could truly understand this simple principle might not even be 1 in 10,000 people. What is learned on paper is ultimately shallow. Knowing this matter must be done personally. Gu Dexing murmured, "That makes sense. That's how it is." Gu Miaoling smiled faintly. You continue to cultivate and heal. I'll think of a way to go out and see if I can catch a big fish back. Be careful. Don't make any noise and attract unnecessary trouble. Gu Duxing smiled and reminded, the knot in my heart has been untied. I just need to rest for a few more days, and I'll be able to move freely again. At that time, I'll have to think of a way to nurse the unconscious Old Bu. Old Bu has already been unconscious for a few days. This can't go on. I know. Gu Miaoling smiled and walked out. Gu Duxing's healing had made progress. Gu Miaoling was completely relieved. She suddenly felt that even though they were underground, it was still sunny. Gu Duxing smiled faintly and continued to cultivate. He continued to absorb the earth and water elemental energy. He continued to feel the opportunity that he had once missed. He felt the luck that he had lost and regained. He could feel that as he absorbed, the energy of true spirit underground was surging towards him. Moreover, there was a faint feeling of heat in his body. This feeling was absolutely real. He would often sweat all over after cultivating for a while. Moreover, what made Gu Duxing even more surprised was that the energy of true spirit underground was actually so huge. It was almost inexhaustible. This incomparably huge energy made Gu Duxing feel incomparably shocked. It seemed that the energy of true spirit underground was much more than the energy in the sky. This was an unimaginable realization. The sky was incomparably vast. The energy of true spirit floating in the sky was truly inexhaustible, and underground it existed in a solid state. It was the hardest to transmit the energy of true spirit underground. How could it store and transmit such a huge amount of energy? It was really inconceivable. Could it be that this energy of true spirit was originally floating in the sky? Over time, a part of it sank and entered the ground and was absorbed by the ground, and the other part was light and flew up higher and higher. Finally, it flew to an unknown place. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that the sky that we've been using to cultivate is actually the place where the energy of true spirit is the poorest? And the real treasure is underground, or is it outside the sky? It's just that we cultivators have never understood and never excavated these treasures in the true sense. Gu Duxing was shocked by this thought of his. Another night passed. Gu Duxing felt that his cultivation seemed to have recovered a little, and the injuries caused by the sage were already faintly showing signs of breaking and dissolving in front of this dense energy of the earth. This feeling made Gu Duxing overjoyed. Perhaps if he was given another half a month's time, he would be able to recover on his own. And at that time, his cultivation would definitely be able to take another step forward, another big step forward. When he faced the sage again, even if he was still no match for him, at least it wouldn't be like before, completely unable to withstand a single blow, without any ability to resist. But at this time he suddenly felt that his state of mind was suddenly shaken. It was as if something close to him was rapidly approaching him, and it was full of joy as it rushed towards him, wanting to throw itself into his embrace. Gu Duxing instantly understood the source of this feeling. Black Dragon Sword. Sword Spirit. It must be the return of the Black Dragon Sword's Sword Spirit. It was a surprise that came out of nowhere. It made Gu Duxing almost faint. The Black Dragon Sword, which he regarded as a close companion for life, wasn't by his side these few days. Although he didn't say it, he was definitely not used to it. Now, it actually found itself back and returned to his embrace. This was a huge surprise. How could Gu Duxing not be overjoyed? What made him even more overjoyed was that he heard two voices shouting. Second Brother Gu, I'm Xiedanchong. Wushang and I are here. These two voices made Gu Duxing tremble all over. He was so excited that he almost cried. My brothers, are you guys here? And you guys even brought my Black Dragon Sword. In such a desperate situation, to suddenly be able to reunite with his brothers, what kind of feeling was that? At this moment, Gu Duxing simply wanted to shout, "I'm here," but just as he was about to shout, he suddenly stopped, because at this moment, it was a cold and extremely uncomfortable feeling. Suddenly it surged. This feeling made Gu Duxing shut his mouth at once, and with the fastest action, he covered the mouth of Gu Miaoling, who was about to shout out in joy. Because this sudden feeling made Gu Duxing feel a chill all over his body. That feeling, it was as if my life had already come to an end. Why do I have such a feeling? Why do I have such a feeling? My brothers outside are definitely here in person. We've been brothers for so long. Not to mention shouting, even if they were panting softly, no one would be able to pretend to be either of them in front of me, let alone two of them. And I can totally hear that they're full of energy and high spirits at this moment. Their purpose of coming here is to welcome me. Why do I have such an extreme feeling that my life has come to an end? What's the problem? What's the problem? Gu Duxing buried his head in deep thought, not daring to make the slightest move. This feeling came too suddenly, too real, so real that Gu Duxing couldn't accept it. Often, the more seriously injured one was, the sharper one's senses would be. The more one's cultivation was gone, the sharpness of one's consciousness would be several times sharper than before. If this feeling is real, it means that I'm about to face a disaster. It doesn't matter if it falls on me, but if it implicates my brothers, I won't be able to rest in peace even if I die. Regretfully, I can't act rashly at this moment. Gu Duxing frowned and sensed silently. He clearly felt the anxious and longing cries of Dong Wushang and the others, and the excitement of the black dragon's sword wanting to return to his hands. Then, Gu Duxing suddenly trembled all over. His eyes overflowed with a long-lost sharp light. I've finally found it. I've finally found the source of my fear. It's actually my black dragon sword. As the original owner of the black dragon sword, the person who gave birth to the sword soul, Gu Duxing's familiarity with his black dragon sword had already reached the point where he could see everything. He was clear about the composition of every part of the black dragon sword. Even every characteristic of the sword soul was clear in his heart. Now, the sword soul was still the original sword soul, without any damage. Moreover, it was also really eager to see him again. The only thing that wasn't right was, beside the sword soul, there was still a ball of extremely cold energy, like a viper lurking in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to move, looking for people to devour. Chapter 2588. The evilness and coldness of this power made one's hair stand on end. And what made Gu Duxing the most fearful was this power was hidden in the black dragon sword, and even the sword spirit itself didn't detect it. And this power was actually very familiar to him, because this power was exactly the same as the power that had seriously injured him. It was actually the work of the same person, only Saint Monarch. Oh no! Gu Duxing, who understood the dangerous situation in front of him, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Danger! What danger? Gu Miaoling's mouth was still covered by him, and she asked with her eyes. We are in danger, and the situation that Dong Wushang and Xie Danqiang are facing now is even more dangerous. Gu Duxing almost lost his sense of propriety at this moment. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down, but he still felt that his mind was in a mess, and it was difficult for him to calm down. Only Saint Monarch must have known the relationship between us brothers, and also knew that my brother wouldn't tolerate my sword falling into the enemy's hands. So he set up a trap and deliberately let them steal the black dragon sword. And Saint Monarch set up an extremely ingenious tracking spiritual sense on the black dragon sword. As long as they find me, only Saint Monarch will immediately make a move without any worries, and Saint Monarch didn't make a move before they found me. So, from this, I can infer that only Saint Monarch's plan is to catch all of us in one fell swoop. So he is waiting for me to appear. As long as I appear, it will be the time for him to make a move. In other words, if I don't appear for the time being, they won't be in any danger for the time being? Gu Duxing frowned. At this moment, his heart had already thought of too many things. Is it like this? Am I right in my conjecture? Then how should I inform them? Right now, my cultivation hasn't recovered, and I can't use the secret message at all. Even if I use it, it will be intercepted by Saint Monarch, and my position will be exposed earlier. What should I do? Gu Duxing was very worried, and for a moment he couldn't think of any solution. But one thing was already very certain. The crisis was already imminent. How to break this deadly deadlock? At this moment he heard a voice above his head. Dong Wushang's hearty laughter could be heard. Second brother Gu, ha ha. The sword spirit stopped here, so you must be here. Don't tell me you want me to turn this place upside down and dig you out? Hearing this, Gu Duxing's heart suddenly quivered. Oh no, this time it was really, really bad. At this moment, Gu Duxing's heart felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. Dong Wushang and the others had come for him. At this moment, Gu Duxing was overjoyed to have found his traces. He could even imagine the faces of his brothers, as if he had seen them. What an ecstasy! However, the more this was the case, the more anxious Gu Duxing became. You two idiots! You don't even know that someone is following you. They were not as familiar with the black dragon's sword as he was with it. At this moment, they were so fearless. However, with this shout, they had pushed themselves into a desperate situation. It was because of the person who had tracked them. It was a nightmare, but it was also a death god. He was already on the verge of death. Even if he died later, it didn't matter. He had earned these days to live in an ignoble manner. However, once they really fought, Dong Wushang and the others would definitely not be able to escape. They would definitely be buried together. There was no chance. What should he do? Gu Duxing was so anxious that his heart was about to burst. However, there was no other way. There was nothing he could do. He was at his wit's end, because Gu Duxing knew how terrifying a Saint Monarch was. After this call, whether he appeared or not, the result was already the same. The outcome of everyone dying here was already destined. The only one who had a chance of survival was Gu Duxing. Took a deep breath and said softly, Sister Xiao Miao, stay here first and take care of old Bu. You must remember, no matter what happens later, don't go out. You must remember. After saying that, he forced himself to stand up. Gu Miaoling seemed to have realized something and asked in surprise, Isn't it Dong Wushang and Xie Danqiong outside? They are our brothers. What are you worried about? We need help now. It's rare for them to rush over. Gu Duxing smiled bitterly. His face was gloomy as he said, if it was just them, everything would be fine. However, it's not just Dong Wushang and Xie Danqiong who came now. There's also the Saint Monarch. He followed Dong Wushang and the others here. Don't forget how I lost my black dragon sword. How could I get it back so easily? This is a trap meticulously arranged by the Saint Monarch, a trap targeted at us brothers. Gu Miaoling instantly understood. Her face instantly became as white as snow, without any trace of blood. She reached out and covered her mouth. Only then did she manage to block that exclamation in time. I, Gu Duxing, only have regret at this moment. I wish I could have died long ago. It's better than implicating my brothers now. Gu Duxing looked up to the sky and sighed. He was infinitely remorseful. Fine, I'll die together with my brothers. Now that things have come to this, what else can I do? Gu Duxing turned to leave. However, Gu Miaoling called out, Wait! She bent down and poured the last bit of the spring of life into the mouth of the still unconscious Bu Luqing. Then, she placed a space ring filled with food on Bu Luqing's chest. She murmured, Elder Bu, you have to wake up. You have to live well. Then she stood up and smiled. Little brother, I'll go out with you. Didn't we agree long ago that we would accompany each other in life and death? Gu Duxing looked at her fixedly. For a long time he finally didn't speak. After a long while he said hoarsely, All right. In this world, the person who understood Gu Duxing the most was Gu Miaoling. On the other hand, the person who understood Sister Xiao Miao the most was little brother Gu. The two of them walked out side by side just like that. Some words. There was no need to say any more. Persuasion had already become blasphemy to Gu Miaoling at this moment. Gu Miaoling walked all the way. Her face actually revealed a gentle smile that hadn't been seen for a long time. The corner of her eyes locked onto the man beside her. A sense of happiness and satisfaction rose in her heart. Back when she was at the heavens, she had long wished to be husband and wife with her little brother in this life. Even if it was just for a day, this life was enough. She didn't have any regrets. Moreover, they had spent such a long time together. This life was enough. How could there be any regrets? The two of them walked out side by side. They could feel each other's hearts. They were tightly connected together. They were more intimate than ever before. In the sky, Sheng Jun's eyes flashed strangely. He revealed a smug smile that showed that his scheme had succeeded. Found it. Finally found it. That great trouble was indeed here. Black dragon sword. He stopped moving when he reached here. That had already proved everything. Gu Duxing, I want to see where else you can run to. Sheng Jun's eyes flashed with an extremely cruel light. He looked down closely. Gu Duxing, you should be appearing soon, right? At the lakeside on the shore, Dong Wushang and Xie Danqiong stood there. They were still shouting freely. They seemed extremely excited. But Gu Duxing hadn't appeared yet. Did he not appear because his injuries were too serious? Or maybe he wasn't confident. Sheng Jun narrowed his eyes. He still waited patiently. I'm patient. I can wait. All of a sudden, the calm lake below suddenly spun. Water splashed. The next moment, hundreds and thousands of water arrows shot into the sky without warning. Then they turned into a huge fog in an instant. It filled the sky. For a moment, the fog filled the surroundings. One couldn't even see their own fingers. With a swoosh, Gu Duxing and Gu Miaoling appeared on the shore. Dong Wushang and the rest were still wondering why Gu Duxing was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, they suddenly saw Gu Duxing and his companion appear. Before they could even cheer, they heard Gu Duxing hurriedly say, "All of you, listen to me. If you still treat me as your second brother, leave this place immediately. Leave at full speed. No matter what happens, don't look back. Otherwise, Gu Duxing, will not die in peace." His words were spoken in a hurry. After he finished speaking, he immediately shouted, "Let's go!" Dong Wushang was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, but Xie Danqiong and Mo Lei were both quick-witted people. They instantly realized what was going on. Has someone tampered with the Black Dragon sword? Someone tracked it here because of this? The two of them were extremely puzzled. On one hand, it was Gu Duxing's attitude. Even if Gu Duxing had not recovered from his serious injuries, he had Dong Wushang, Xie Danqiong, Mo Lei, and 3 of Mo Yuntian's 7 stars guards. With this lineup, even if the descendants of Di came to invade, they would only be defeated. Was there a need to be so serious? Then they thought that after they got the Black Dragon sword, they had already checked it carefully and didn't find anything unusual. If there was a tracking divine sense on it, it should have been discovered by them long ago. Could it be that Gu Duxing was worrying too much? No, with Gu Duxing's character, he definitely wouldn't be like this. But if there really was a tracking divine sense, then it meant that in the entire Heaven Imperial Court, there was only one person who could do this. Thinking of this, the two of them felt their hearts sink. Don't ask too much. Don't hesitate anymore. Gu Duxing's eyes were bloodshot. It's too late. Leave quickly. Right at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly rose in the sky. The thick fog in the sky instantly disappeared without a trace. It was all light and light. A voice said, "Leave? Where to go? Why do you have to do something unnecessary? Ha ha ha." With a burst of wild laughter, a man with a mask on his head and an exceptionally fat figure slowly floated down. Dong Wushang took a big step forward and shouted, "Who's there?" With these 3 steps, he had already blocked Gu Duxing and Gu Miaoling behind him. Dong Wushang's body was majestic and tall, although he was about the same height as Gu Duxing. With such a block, it was very solid. If he didn't move away, no one opposite him would see that there were 2 people behind him. I'm in Harbin now. In the afternoon, I'll go to the film base to take a look. I'll write when I get back at night. I'll update later. Chapter 2589. Seeing this, Gu Duxing was angry and anxious. He scolded angrily, "Bastard! I asked you to leave quickly. Why are you blocking in front of me? Are you courting death?" Dong Wushang was unmoved, holding his saber. At this moment, he already knew that the enemy in front of him was not ordinary. To be able to make Gu Duxing so wary, he must be extremely difficult to deal with, even strong enough to threaten their lives. But he was still calm and composed. He laughed heartily and said, "Second brother, this guy was lured here because we were careless. Now that things have come to this, I won't say anything about who is right and who is wrong, much less say anything about sorry. But since you and I are gathered together, then of course we will face all enemies together and face them together. I know that you want us to have a chance to live, to let us escape. But if we abandon you like this, isn't it the same as watching you die? Even if we survive, what face do we have to face the world for the rest of our days? In short, regardless of life or death, just fight." Dong Wushang roared, his voice like thunder. He pointed his saber forward and shouted, "If you want to kill my second brother Gu, you have to kill me first." Gu Duxing's heart was in turmoil. Dong Wushang's words had suddenly filled his mind. It was because of Gu Duxing that Dong Wushang and the rest came here. It was because Dong Wushang and the rest came here that the strong enemy was lured to Gu Duxing's hiding place. Dong Wushang's purpose of coming here was to save Gu Duxing, and Gu Duxing's purpose was to let his brothers live. But now that things have come to this, there is no more meaning in saying anything more, because neither Dong Wushang nor Xia Danqiang would leave. Gu Duxing would also not blame them for falling into the enemy's trap and bringing the danger of death here. Now that things have come to this, let's not say anything about who is right and who is wrong, and let's not say anything about sorry. But since we are gathered together, of course, we will face all enemies together and face them together. In short, regardless of life or death, just fight. That's right. Gu Duxing was agitated. He roared, "Face it together. Face it together. Regardless of life or death. Just fight." Mo, Lei and Xia Danqiang had also floated over and stood on both sides of Dong Wushang. Mo Yuntian's 3 great 7-star bodyguards spread out. This person must have followed us here. But just as Dong Wushang had said, he was full of regret. Annoyed, guilt, and all those negative emotions were of no help at all. They were of no help at all. The only thing he could do now was to face it head-on. However, Xia Danqiang and the others were puzzled. Who is this person? Was he really a saint? The majority of the people here had seen the sage before. He was short and stout, and regardless of his figure, bearing, behavior, or even the cultivation fluctuations that flowed around his body, they were all completely different from the sage. Was this person a saint or not? Other than Gu Duxing, everyone else. He couldn't help but have a thought that even he didn't believe. Perhaps this person actually wasn't a saint. If this person isn't a saint, then our side will have a great chance of survival. Indeed, if it wasn't a saint monarch in front of them, it was indeed difficult to find anyone in the entire Heaven Imperial Court who could do anything to Dong Wushang's group. On the opposite side, the short and stout masked man let out an extremely unpleasant laugh and said, "Not bad, not bad. You guys are indeed loyal. I really admire you guys, but I definitely won't let you guys off. Regarding this, I'm actually also very regretful." His tone was filled with confidence that everything was under his control, and the delight of a cat toying with a mouse. He had originally made up his mind that as long as Gu Duxing appeared, he would immediately take action and quickly get rid of everyone. But he didn't expect that Gu Duxing actually discovered him one step ahead of him, and then created a concealment mist that filled the sky, blocking his vision in all directions. So much so that he wasn't able to take action at the first moment. This unforeseen event made the killing intent in his heart burn even more. So what if he could fight for a moment? Even if the people here were to scatter and flee, this Saint Monarch could still calmly kill them one by one. There was also the advantage of defeating them one by one. At most, it would just be a slight delay in death. Unexpectedly, he didn't see the scene of everyone scattering and fleeing. Instead, he saw a great show of brotherly affection, and even felt that soaring battle intent. This result made him suddenly have an unprecedented kind of mania and anger in his heart. Brotherly affection? Humph. I'll let you guys see what true brotherly affection is. In the face of this beautiful and infinitely warm relationship, an impulse to destroy it rose in his heart. How could such a feeling exist in this world? How could you guys possibly have something that even I don't have? What a joke. Let's see how I'm going to shatter this feeling and turn it into a complete joke. Life and death together. That's just wishful thinking of a lunatic. But he also knew that if he directly took action and fought to his heart's content, no matter how long it took, Gu Duxing and the rest wouldn't be afraid of death. In the chaotic battle, everyone had died in one place. Instead, it had fulfilled this sincere feeling. Fulfill. This was something that the Saint Monarch didn't want no matter what. So he simply floated down and chose to fight head-on. His heart was filled with endless brutality, with just the few of you. So what if your battle intent is too strong? In the face of absolute power, all struggles are futile. It's just that you won't die for the time being, because I won't let you die so easily. I'll let you guys see with your own eyes how that so-called brotherly affection, the brotherly affection that you're so proud of, can't withstand a single blow. How easily it can be destroyed. Who exactly are you? Dong Wushang's eyes shot out a sharp glint as he asked the question that everyone wanted to know the most. The Saint Monarch laughed loudly. Who am I? I'm just someone who wants your lives, that's all. Everyone was enraged. As soon as this person appeared, he created a terrifying pressure that filled the heavens and the earth, as well as an unparalleled and shocking aura. This made them feel that even if they joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for this person before them, or they would be defeated and die in an instant. But when they heard what the other party said, everyone was enraged and their battle intent increased greatly. Gu Duxing patted Dong Wushang's shoulder with his hand. Dong Wushang understood and turned his body slightly. Gu Duxing walked to the front step by step. He reached out and took the black dragon sword from Emo Layer's hand. The black dragon sword let out an extremely joyful sword hum. The sword's body shone brightly, and a terrifying sharpness appeared once again. Finally, it was back in the hands of its master. This feeling was really good. Gu Duxing looked at the black dragon sword affectionately. He felt that his battle power seemed to be recovering bit by bit at this moment. Then he raised his head and quietly looked at the short and fat man opposite him. He said indifferently, "The only me saint whose name shakes the heavens and is number one at the pinnacle would actually do such a despicable thing. Do you not dare to show your face? You even changed your posture. What are you afraid of? At this moment, you still want to deceive people and continue to be sanctimonious and deceive the world?" Gu Duxing's words made Dong Wushang and the others' hearts jolt. This short and fat man in front of them was the only Saint Monarch? Although everyone had already vaguely guessed it from Gu Duxing's anxious expression just now and the shocking aura that this person had displayed, there was an essential difference between guessing and confirming. After confirming the identity of this person, even that trace of luck didn't exist anymore. Opposite him, the saint blinked his eyes in surprise. "The only Saint Monarch? You said I'm the Saint Monarch?" Ha ha ha. His laughter was extremely joyful, as if he had encountered something extremely funny and ridiculous. Gu Duxing didn't even blink. He said indifferently, It's fine if you don't want to admit it. This is a reasonable thing. It's just that, please remember one thing. When you think that others are stupid, you may not necessarily not be a joke in their eyes. He said mockingly, or a clown. Gu Duxing. The sage didn't laugh anymore. His gaze was cold as he looked at Gu Duxing. The solitary emperor is rumored to be a man of few words. I didn't expect that you, who's about to become a dead man, would actually become so eloquent. It's just a pity that even if you can speak extravagantly, you'll still die. However, I can let you die after these brothers of yours. Gu Duxing's expression didn't change at all. He still said mockingly, since we are going to die today, what difference does it make who dies first and who dies later? Instead, it's you. I believe that no one will know what you've done. Why don't you show your true face? Could it be that you're afraid in your heart? Afraid that you can't kill us? Or that you don't have the confidence to wipe out all of us here? Afraid that there will be a fish that escapes the net and announces your actions to the world? The saint's eyes became even colder. He suddenly laughed and said, Afraid? Why would I be afraid? If you're talking about being afraid, you should be the only one who is afraid, right? Afraid that I'll kill all of you? Because of you alone, everyone here will be buried with you. Gu Duxing laughed and said coldly, Just based on a person like you who hides the head but shows the tail? Are you worthy? Gu Duxing had always been a man of few words. If he could speak less, he would never speak more. If he could not speak, he would not speak. Even if he was scolding people, he usually didn't have any brilliant words. But this time he was extremely sarcastic. It could be considered the first time in his life that he had done this. Not only was he worried about the safety of his brothers, he was also trying to incite the anger of the enemy, looking for an opportunity to take advantage of. The most important point was, towards people like the saint, Gu Duxing no longer had any tolerance for them. They were too despicable, too shameless, too filthy, too despicable. As the number one person in the imperial court, he actually used such despicable methods. He was simply unscrupulous. He had no demeanor and was sneaky. Even as an enemy, he was sincerely disappointing. Dong Wushang said seriously, Second brother, is this person really the saint? Chapter 2590. Gu Duxing smiled bitterly. Only the person himself can track his own divine sense. I don't need to say more about this common sense. Dong Wushang, Xie Danchong, and Mo Lei. Er's pupils contracted at the same time. Since the person in front of them was the only saint, then this battle would be a battle to the death. With an unbeatable enemy in front of them, they didn't have any fear. Instead, a fervent fighting spirit suddenly rose. It was a kind of extreme killing intent that was thousands of miles long and filled with a heavy aura. So you're the only saint. Dong Wushang pointed his black saber forward. The blade shone and a faint halo formed at the tip of the saber. He said slowly, You're the one who injured my brother. The saint sneered. Ridiculous. How can you be so imposing when you're speaking without thinking? How ridiculous. Dong Wushang's gaze didn't move, but his clothes fluttered without wind. It was as if he was standing in a storm. He said heavily, It doesn't matter if you admit it or not. You're not a saint, you're a bastard. You're a saint and a bastard. Bastard. Dong Wushang looked up to the sky and roared. Die. The Lord Sage was infuriated by Dong Wushang, calling him a bastard again and again. He was about to make a move when he saw that Dong Wushang had already made the first move. Buzz. The black saber let out a violent vibration. Boom! The headband on Dong Wushang's head suddenly exploded. His head of black hair stood upright and danced in the air. The next moment, Dong Wushang's entire body suddenly rushed out. He took a step forward. He landed with a loud bang. The moment his feet stepped on the ground, the wind suddenly surged and the clouds surged. The mountains and rivers shook. In the eyes of the saint, Dong Wushang's first step brought along an extremely violent spatial black hole, mountains, rivers, and earth. They were shocked together. They shook together. Such a majestic aura was enough to shake mountains. It made people's vision and soul beat violently together. Boom! Dong Wushang's gaze was incomparably persistent. With a spirit that was determined to die, he didn't stop and took the second step. Suddenly, the sky seemed to be covered by dark clouds. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared. At this moment, the sound of thunder was deafening, as if it had gone crazy. In the real world, none of this actually happened, but everyone who saw Dong Wushang take these 2 steps had the same feeling at the same time. This was not an illusion, but a true feeling that originated from his senses. Boom! Dong Wushang took the 3rd step. He had already reached a distance of 15 meters in front of the sage. The sage's pupils shrank. After this step, he could clearly feel it. Mountain river compression. It condensed on the saber. Charge! Earth compression. It condensed on the saber. Charge! Thunder condensed. It condensed on the saber. Charge! Lightning condensed. The firmament condensed. Star condensation. Saber. Black saber. Shaking mountains. Carrying thunder and lightning. Waving the sun, moon, wind, and clouds. Connecting heaven and earth. Coming straight at him. It came right at his face. Dong Wushang let out a long howl. Look at this saber strike of yours, 4th Master Dong. When he said the words 4th Master Dong, Dong Wushang suddenly thought of the sworn brotherhood, and a lofty feeling arose in his heart. I used to call myself 2nd Master Dong. But he didn't know when he had changed it to 4th Master Dong. They became sworn brothers. I'm the 4th. His burly body suddenly rose into the air, and together with a saber, it was as if the whole firmament was suddenly smashed down by a bolt of lightning. A hint of shock flashed across the sage's eyes. This saber strike was one that the sage had never seen before in his long life of more than 1,000,000 years and countless battles. Such a domineering and powerful aura. Such an unparalleled and lofty spirit. In the whole world, since time immemorial, only Dong Wushang in front of him could unleash such power. The first saber strike after the creation of heaven and earth. Facing this saber strike, the sage took it seriously, which was extremely rare. According to the sage's prediction, among Dong Wushang and the others, Gu Duxing had not recovered from his serious injuries. Although he had reappeared now, he could still form a fighting force. As for the others, Dong Wushang, Xie Danqiong, and Great Emperor Wushang's wife were the strongest. None of them was below Wu Yekwang, but that was all. As for Mo Yuntian's 3 7 Stars guards, although they also had the strength of a peak saint, in terms of threat, they were far inferior to Dong Wushang and the others. This was the difference in realm, and it couldn't be made up with numbers. But Dong Wushang's attack had greatly surprised the sage. The current Dong Wushang was at least stronger than Gu Duxing when he was fighting with Wu Yekwang. In other words, Dong Wushang was also someone who could pose a threat. That saber strike just now could already prove this point. Just as the sage had judged, the current Dong Wushang was indeed slightly stronger than Gu Duxing when he was fighting with Wu Yekwang. Actually, speaking of which, Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang had always been on par. Their cultivations were similar, their realms were similar, and their fighting prowess was very similar. It was just that recently, Dong Wushang had 2 more experiences than Gu Duxing. One was the battle with the sage's clone, and the other was the guidance given by Chu Yang after he made a breakthrough. These 2 experiences had allowed Dong Wushang to improve considerably. He was indeed stronger than Gu Duxing when he was fighting with Wu Yekwang. The sage flipped his wrist and took a step back. A ray of light shot out from his hand, and a long sword with a strange appearance appeared in his hand. Then he swung the sword upward. This sword brought along all the aura in this part of the world to meet the attack head-on. He had changed his appearance and naturally wouldn't use his signature weapon, the mountain and river sword. But even if he didn't use the mountain and river sword, the sage still had absolute confidence. He could defeat Dong Wushang. Even if it was such a peerless saber strike, the sage still had the confidence to destroy it head-on. Faced with such a confident saber strike that was full of spirit, energy, and spirit, only by destroying it head-on could he attack the heart of the saber. In fact, Dong Wushang's saber strike was completely natural, other than facing it head-on. There was indeed no other way to deal with it. The sage's move was just the most suitable method. Behind, Gu Duxing held Gu Miaoling's slender waist. Xie Danchong and Mo Lei understood and flew back at the same time. In an instant, they were already high up in the air on the surface of the lake. They reached the opposite side of the lake, but they weren't doing this to escape. The sage's divine consciousness had already locked onto them. Once they scattered and escaped, it would be easier for them to be defeated one by one. They wouldn't escape either. They wouldn't be so stupid. And it was also because Dong Wushang was still here fighting. Everyone just watched. They didn't join forces because Dong Wushang's saber strike was completely natural. Joining forces rashly would only destroy the perfection of this saber strike. This was Dong Wushang's most powerful and most extreme saber strike in his life. This saber strike, unless the current Gu Duxing regained his peak strength, he would be qualified to join forces. Only then would he be qualified to join hands with them. Or Chu Yang's timely arrival would be the icing on the cake. Other than that, even if Xue Leihan, whose cultivation far surpassed Dong Wushang, came, he would definitely not be able to interfere. Boom! The saber and sword finally collided. They collided without any tricks. At this moment, it felt as if a meteorite falling from the sky at extreme speed suddenly crashed into the earth. Dong Wushang's saber was a meteorite in the sky. Cloud Master's sword was the vast earth. This fight, an extreme collision, the small island under the sage's feet couldn't withstand such a domineering force. Suddenly, it split open from the middle and water rushed up to the sky. After the fight, Dong Wushang let out a muffled groan and retreated in the air. He flew unsteadily behind his body and fluttered toward the opposite side. The sage also let out a muffled groan, but he didn't retreat at all. The earth under his feet had already turned into a lake and wasn't affected at all. He even rose into the air and turned into a ray of sword light, chasing after Dong Wushang, who was sent flying. When a meteorite in the sky bombarded the vast earth, it had to bear the counterattack of the vast earth. But the sage couldn't help but praise in his heart, although Cloud Master was definitely unwilling to praise his opponent. Dong Wushang's saber strike had already reached a level where even the sage couldn't help but praise it, because although Dong Wushang was sent flying backward, the dark saber in his hand was still pointed at him, not flustered in the slightest. And as he retreated, it seemed that the mountains and rivers on his side were also retreating with him. Condensing, they retreated together with Dong Wushang. At this moment, the sage faintly felt that Dong Wushang was like a meteorite that was transforming into the earth, gradually reaching his own height. Although Dong Wushang's saber strike was repelled and he must have been seriously injured, the sage's strike didn't destroy his saber heart. It didn't even have the slightest effect. Although Dong Wushang's cultivation was far inferior to the sage's, his saber heart's firmness was unassailable. Even if the sage condensed the power of the entire heaven and earth into one strike, it was still useless in the end. Perhaps to Dong Wushang, the sage's power might be strong and unparalleled. But even if you can destroy my physical body and my divine soul, you can never destroy my saber heart. Innate saber heart. Sage only thought of these words, and the killing intent in his heart burned even more. Another genius. A genius that was even more annoying than Gu Duxing. That Gu Duxing was a threat to him because he had an innate saber heart. He didn't expect that among his brothers there was great Emperor Wushang, who had an innate saber heart. Fortunately, these two geniuses were going to die today. They were going to go on their way together. These two people must die. Otherwise, with just the combination of these two people, they would be able to surpass Xue Leihan and Zi Hao in the future. They were enough to pose a threat to him, a threat that was enough to be fatal. Fortunately, the sage's body and sword transformed into a long rainbow, chasing after Dong Wushang. Although he started later, he arrived first. Obviously, he intended to kill. He intended to kill. Dong Wushang's body was still in midair, still above the lake, but the sage's long rainbow had already arrived. Dong Wushang shouted and suddenly swung his dark saber in a big circle. A thick, five-colored light followed and turned into a big circle. As he retreated, he brazenly slashed with his saber. Chapter 2591. It was as if the endless space, mountains, rivers, and sky were all brought over by the power of the saber. Covering the top of the head, it suddenly smashed down. It smashed on the long rainbow that was chasing after him. After the first saber strike, there was another loud shout. Another saber strike. Dong Wushang's body was in midair as he rapidly retreated. He continued to attack with his saber in such a manner. Every saber strike was a full circle, and the end of each saber strike was the next one. He accumulated his power again and slashed out again. Every saber strike was a full circle, and the end point was also the end point. It was endless and endless. Boom, 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 boom. The water in the lake below was stirred up by the energy flowing down from above. The water rushed up to the sky and didn't fall down. Looking from afar, it was as if there was a huge piece of jade that connected the sky and the earth. It just condensed in the air and didn't disperse. 10 sabers, 10 complete saber wheels in a row. Dong Wushang's body was still in midair. He hacked out 10 saber wheels in succession. Then his body finally retreated across the surface of the lake and arrived in the sky above another piece of land. Blood was gushing out of his 7 orifices in this round of head-on clashes. However, his eyes were still brimming with a resolute fighting spirit and a resolute killing intent. Bang! Rustle, a sound that sounded like something breaking, suddenly rang out. That sound made people feel as if all the flowers in the world bloomed at the same time. Blooming stamens, flying flowers in the sky and earth. Xiadanqiong roared softly. Then, between Saint June and Dong Wushang, the dreamlike viburnum flowers bloomed without any warning. The viburnum flowers were endless, as if they were going to stretch to the ends of the world. There was no place in the sky that didn't have flowers. Even the bright, starry sky was connected. Everything was dreamy and blurry. The boundless viburnum flowers suddenly burst out. Rising and falling in midair, it actually completely withstood the saint's attack that was pursuing Dong Wushang. Xiadanqiong's tall figure. In a flash, he disappeared in the viburnum flowers that filled the sky. He manipulated the unique viburnum flowers in the Heaven Imperial Court to launch the craziest attack. However, no matter how crazy it was, it always carried a kind of natural elegance and calmness. It was dreamy and blurry. Everything was so natural. Emperor Qianghua. The sage gave a long and hoarse laugh. What a fine jasper flower! Sure enough, he lived up to his reputation. Unfortunately, this was a peerless jasper flower. It's destined to wither here. Xiadanqiong's voice seemed to be coming from the innumerable viburnum flowers. Even if the viburnum flowers wither, it'll be worth it if I can drag Sage only to the grave with me. The short and stout sage laughed mischievously. When death is at hand, there are still people who are filled with unwillingness. They will always be filled with all kinds of unrealistic fantasies. Viburnum flowers were very beautiful and enchanting. To others, they might even be fatal. But to me, it's very weak. Watch me break your jasper flower sea. Tut! Following that shout, the sage's body suddenly disappeared and turned into a white cloud. The next moment, boom! A loud sound rang out. The hearts of the entire sea of flowers suddenly exploded. Countless viburnum flowers flowed between heaven and earth. Following the huge explosion, it disappeared without a trace. Xiadanqiong also let out a muffled groan. His body appeared out of thin air and slowly fell down in a crooked manner. The short and fat figure appeared again, standing steadily in the air. Just as he was about to speak, a transparent sword had already reached his throat in the nick of time. This sword came out of the blue. This enemy should have been invisible for a long time. Caught off guard, the sage was also surprised. He looked down and saw that Dong Wushang's wife had already disappeared. It seemed that the person who made this move should be Dong Wushang's wife. He didn't expect that this woman was not only a peerless expert, but also the most outstanding assassin. In the world of assassins, an assassin who could plot against the sage was capable of plotting against anyone. Just this point alone was enough to deter the world. Although the sword was at his throat, the sage could still dodge. However, following the sage's dodge, the long sword also disappeared. The next moment, the long sword had already reached his back. The sage dodged again, and the long sword turned to his chest. This sword's movement was extremely fast, so fast that it was like a stream of light. This time, although the sage still tried to dodge, he still couldn't. A blood groove was cut open on his chest. The sage flew into a rage out of humiliation. Since that battle with the East Emperor, how many years had it been since he was injured? He didn't expect that he would be injured here by someone, and by a woman at that. He reached out angrily to grab the sword, but he didn't manage to. As the flowing light flashed again, the long sword locked onto the sage's throat once again. However, the sage's aura suddenly exploded, and the surrounding space was shaken into cracks at the same time. With a miserable groan, a slender figure was shaken out of nothingness. Emolayer. The sage's figure was still standing steadily in the sky. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. The blood had already stopped, and his muscles were also healing rapidly. Almost in an instant, the wound had disappeared. However, the pain of that sword was still in his memory. Today was really full of surprises. Apart from Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang, who had the sword heart and saber heart, the Jade Flower Emperor and this woman were also on the list of people who must be killed. Killer's heart. Boom! It was only at this moment that Dong Wushang, who was retreating, landed on the ground and staggered backward. Every step he took, the ground would crack with unknown depths. His body was like the condensation of a mountain. Wherever he landed, the ground would crack. He retreated 30 to 40 steps before he stabilized his body. The corners of his mouth were already dripping with blood, and his eyes were almost popping out. Blood spurted out from all the muscles in his body. Although he successfully blocked the sage's attack and didn't regret his saber heart just now, Dong Wushang's injuries were already very serious, even though his mentality and spirit didn't lose. After all, there was still a huge gap between cultivation and physical body. Dong Wushang took in a deep breath and tried to slow down his heartbeat. Looking at the battle in the sky, his fighting spirit was ignited again. Defeat my saber heart? Sage, you can't do it. The stronger the setback, the stronger the fighting spirit. In the sky, Xie Danchong and Emolayer retreated and returned. The 3 guards also attacked with all their might at this moment. In the sky, the 5 of them surrounded the sage's short and fat figure. They attacked with all their might. On the ground, pieces by pieces were collapsing. The mountains not far away were shaking continuously and were already showing signs of collapse. Countless large rocks rolled down from the top of the mountains crazily. The rumbling sound shook the heaven and earth. Finally, many mountains in the surroundings let out a loud sound at the same time and fell down with a crash. Black smoke burst out from the top of one of the mountains without any warning. The next moment, a gush of red lava shot up into the sky. Countless fiery red rocks shot up into the sky. Under the influence of this battle, the earth veins were directly shaken. A volcano actually erupted here. The surrounding temperature rose to an unbearable level in an instant. All kinds of choking smells were enough to make people faint. The volcano was erupting continuously. It was getting fiercer and fiercer. Gradually, when the first wave of lava came down, the power of the eruption had already reached a height of 10,000 feet. Billowing thick smoke filled the sky. The whole scene was like the end of the world. In the surrounding areas of the battlefield, some experts who didn't know the truth wanted to come over to take a look out of curiosity. However, they were all shaken to death by the aftermath of the battle when they were halfway there. Following the eruption of the first volcano, no less than 10 volcanoes erupted one after another like a signal flare. Countless lava and fiery rocks covered the area of no less than 1,000 miles. In this chaotic situation, which was like the end of the world, a few figures continued to fight fiercely in this high temperature that was enough to melt gold and stone. They were like shuttles and flitting like lightning. Although there were only a few people fighting, the momentum of this great battle was like thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers participating in the battle. It was even more than that. In the sky, from time to time, many similar figures would suddenly appear. Those were rows of afterimages that were inadvertently created by moving at extreme speed. Countless rocks, mixed with the red of the volcano and the scorching heat, fell down without distinguishing between friend and foe. However, these things that were enough to shatter the bones of ordinary people were casually swatted away by the people fighting, or simply blown away with a breath. A natural disaster that was like the end of the world couldn't cause any harm to these people at all. Perhaps it was because the natural disaster this time was actually caused by these people. Dong Wushang let out a long roar and leaped up. His dark saber once again turned into a thunderbolt and struck brazenly. Xie Danqiong's Qianghua also struck, but this time it was simple. The power was concentrated, and the sea of flowers was no longer as bright as before. The 3 great guards didn't care about exhausting their own power. Every punch and every palm strike was launched with full force, with the power to destroy mountains. There was also Mo Lei who had concealed her tracks again, looking for an opportunity to strike at any time. Like a revolving lantern, they surrounded the saint and launched attacks with all their might. The difference in the cultivation of both sides was too great. At this time, only by using offense as a form of defense could they have a chance of victory, a chance of survival. The saint was in the center position. His sword was like the wind. Every sword was mixed with a biting cold sword aura, slashing open a space crack that didn't dissipate for a long time. At the same time, facing the overwhelming attacks of the great experts, he still seemed very relaxed. One side still had energy left. Gu Duxing, come up together! The saint's hoarse voice sneered. Let me see if your so-called brotherhood is better than absolute strength. Below, Gu Duxing closed his eyes and his face was solemn. He was making use of all the time to regulate his breathing. The volcanic eruption just now was indeed very harmful, and it was almost indescribable with words. However, at the moment when the volcano really erupted, Gu Duxing could clearly feel that the power of the thick earth and the power of the earth that was spewed out at this moment was also dense to an indescribable extent. Chapter 2592. Gu Duxing closed his eyes and forced himself not to care about the battle situation. Although his brothers were in extreme danger, he didn't have the ability to make a move now. If he could seize the time to gather some earth power from here, he might be able to recover the strength to make a move. At that time, he wouldn't have to watch from the sidelines like he was now. He was just a burden. At this critical moment, countless pale green and dark red yuan qi surged towards Gu Duxing's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gu Duxing didn't reject any of these vital energy. Like rivers flowing into the sea, he absorbed the purest earth power from the volcano into his dantian. Gu Miaoling guarded beside Gu Duxing calmly, without any sadness or joy. Occasionally, when she saw a rock falling down, she would slap it away to maintain Gu Duxing's peace and stability. Gu Miaoling still had the ability to do such things. Since Gu Duxing didn't give up, how could she give up? She did her best and left the rest to fate. That was all. If my brothers die, I won't live either. Then I'll go with him. If everyone survives in the end, I'll spend the rest of my life with him. That was all. It wasn't a big deal. The battle in the sky became more and more intense. As everyone was injured, Dong Wushang, Xie Danchong, and Mo Lei went berserk at the same time. At the same time, they fought with their lives on the line. In terms of moves and battle experience, the Holy Monarch had millions of years of accumulation. He might not be much stronger than the rest, but in terms of cultivation, both sides were no match at all. This was a gap that was difficult to make up for. Yet this was the factor that could affect the battle situation the most. Individually, Dong Wushang made a move. He had used all of his essence, energy, and spirit to destroy the absolute killing aura of the sage. That move could be said to be an extremely crucial move. If Dong Wushang wasn't able to break through only Mi Saint Monarch's peerless aura, then everyone would be captured and killed in the next moment. And Dong Wushang's earth-shattering move was completely unleashed from the heart of the saber. If he didn't succeed, he would die for a righteous cause. If he didn't succeed, I'll go first. Even if it was the Holy Monarch, in the face of this blade that did not hesitate to die in exchange for the sake of subduing the enemy. The saber strike that gained the upper hand in a show of strength had actually taken away his will. Just as he was about to lose his willpower, the aura of control instantly weakened. Dong Wushang's decisive strike. He had succeeded in gaining the upper hand. Next, Xie Danchong's viburnum flowers converged into a single point and suddenly bloomed resplendently, forcibly interrupting the sage's pursuit that was like a rainbow. This had shaken the sage's confidence for the second time. Although these two attacks didn't cause any damage to the sage's strength, the sage's aura had weakened. Then it was Mo Lei's all-out attack. Risking getting injured, she exchanged injury for injury and left another wound on the saint's body. Such an attack naturally wouldn't pose any threat to a saint, but it had truly created another scar. When the three of them attacked together, even if they were as strong as a saint, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. He would still be injured. However, this result also made the sage realize that if these people were to join hands, they would actually have the ability to threaten his life. As long as this thought arose, he would be even more cautious in his attacks. And this caution, to a certain extent, would weaken the sage's aura of certainty of victory by a lot. To make a more vulgar example, if a person was peeing and was suddenly choked halfway, what kind of feeling would that be? Although the other half could still be done. But ultimately, he would lose the feeling of being able to do it to his heart's content in one go. Therefore, at such a time, it was the time for everyone to attack together and attack from all sides. Even if they couldn't kill the enemy, they could extend the battle to the greatest extent. Based on the current situation, being able to continue the battle was already a great victory. Dong Wushang's roar was like thunder. His dark saber transformed into a rainbow and lightning, attacking with all his might like an erupting volcano. Xie Danchong's viburnum flowers danced, as if they were inexhaustible and inexhaustible. Everything in the world is viburnum flowers in my hands. Mo Lei's warm snow sword came and went without a trace. Gritting her teeth, she attacked from the east, the west, the left, the right, and thousands of afterimages at the same time. The three great guards also participated in the siege with all their might. However, there was a huge drawback to this kind of attack, which was that it would consume everyone's physical strength faster. Not long after, everyone already felt that their strength was not as strong as they wished. Although they could still barely hold on, it was impossible for them to last long. Only Saint, who was in a besieged state, was like a towering mountain that couldn't be shaken. No matter how hard everyone tried, it was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. It was immovable and had no effect at all. The Saint's counterattack became slower and slower, but every attack was mixed with the tyrannical power of the laws of heaven and earth. Regardless of whether it was Dong Wushang's dark saber or Xie Danchong's viburnum flowers, when faced with the laws of heaven and earth, they could only retreat in defeat. Everyone was besieging, and the attacks were endless, one after another, going back and forth. However, only Saint, who was at the center of the siege, had the real initiative. Everyone's attacks had already fallen into an endless cycle. As long as there was any loophole, the saint would destroy them one by one, using a point to break the line, using a line to break the surface, completely annihilating them. The number one person in the world in a million years. This kind of strength was truly displayed today. Although he changed his appearance and refused to admit his identity, this kind of strength was still the number one in the world. At least in the entire Heaven Imperial Court, no one could compare to him. With a scream, a 7-star guard was kicked in the stomach by the saint. In an instant, all his internal organs were shattered and blood flowed out from all his orifices. He fell from the sky powerlessly. Persevere, aren't you brothers very close? The saint's hands didn't stop, and he calmly faced the enemy. His hoarse voice mocked. One of your brothers has already gone down. Under this kick of mine, the chance of survival is very slim. Aren't you going to go down and care? What we do has nothing to do with you, bastard. A 7-star guard's face was filled with pain, and he gritted his teeth as he scolded. His subordinates were still attacking with all their might. And is it really okay? Not necessarily. Let me be a good person and send you on your way to reunite with your brothers. The saint's eyes flashed with murderous intent. His body turned, and in an instant, 5 identical figures appeared at the same time, attacking the 5 people at the same time. Since the first ring had been broken, a flaw had also appeared in the continuous attack. The saint no longer had any scruples, and immediately launched a counterattack. Xie Danchong and Dong Wushang shouted loudly, and their black saber and viburnum flower met a real long sword at the same time. They couldn't help but spit out blood. That 7-star guard's chest had already been hit by 37 palms in an instant. 37 palms were like mountain-splitting sledgehammers that pounded on his chest, and his entire chest collapsed in an instant. A swift and fierce sound of wind came, and a bloody hole appeared on the forehead of this 7-star guard. He didn't even have time to let out a scream of death. That 7-star guard glared at the saint with resentful eyes, and finally floated down powerlessly. Another brother is gone. The saint sneered. He was extremely sarcastic and cruel as he said, "Deep brotherly love? Ha ha ha. Deep brotherly love. Can it withstand the boundary of life and death? Your love is so deep, can you save him?" The eyes of the remaining 4 people turned red at the same time. They had traveled together for hundreds of thousands of miles, and they had interacted with each other day and night. Now, 2 people had died in succession right next to them. Below, Gu Miaoling's face was already full of tears. She caught the bodies of the 2 7-star guards and placed them beside Gu Duxing so that they wouldn't be injured by the volcanic eruption. Bang, 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 bang. Explosions sounded in the air. Suddenly, a violent aura flourished. The remaining 7-star bodyguard shouted, "Your Majesty!" Suddenly, he rushed out like a madman. "We've been together for 1,000,000 years. Now that my brother has gone one step ahead, why should I cherish this body?" This 7-star guard emitted blazing flames from head to toe. He didn't care about the saint's crazy punches and kicks falling on his body at the speed of a storm. He forcefully rushed forward and actually hugged the saint's waist with all his might. Saint Only Me clenched his teeth and raised his hand to slap the guard's head. He sneered and said, "Self-explosion." His entire head exploded like a watermelon, but that 7-star guard still sneered at the last moment of his life and said, "It's the self-explosion of the soul." Saint Dai. A mass of green gas rushed out from his exploded head and turned into a small circle. Then there was a loud boom. It suddenly exploded. The saint shouted loudly and spat out a mouthful of blood. He shouted, "Even if it's the self-explosion of the soul, what can it do to me?" He immediately flew back, but the 7-star bodyguard's body was still tightly hugging him. The moment he flew back, the 7-star bodyguard's body, which had already lost its life, suddenly exploded. This was the true self-explosion. This was the final fatal attack that had been premeditated for a long time. The self-explosion of the soul was aimed at the opponent's divine soul. That seven-star guard had long been prepared to die. He had integrated the majority of his cultivation into his body, and every strand of his flesh and blood in advance. The vibration of the soul explosion was the fuse that ignited this final explosion. Such a method could be said to be the most extreme method in the entire world. Even if the path was interrupted, or if there were no more enemies, this person still wouldn't be able to survive. The saint snorted and soared into the sky like a meteor. He angrily said, "Scoundrel, you dare to use tricks!" The clothes on his chest were completely torn apart, and a small breastplate that was flickering with holy light was exposed. This breastplate had gone through the huge explosion just now, and there were already a few holes in it. Blood was spurting out from these holes with a chee-chee sound. The saint gasped for breath. It was obvious that his injuries weren't light. The expression in his eyes was so violent that he was close to madness. His eyes were filled with a hysterical killing intent. He hated that he couldn't save the seven-star guard and kill him 10,000 times. However, even if he was the saint, he still wouldn't be able to do this. Chapter 2593. In just a moment of contact, the four people who were in the middle of the battle suddenly suffered serious injuries at the same time. The only difference was that the saint was only injured and was not seriously injured. At least his life was not in danger, and he still had a lot of energy left to fight. However, Dong Wushang, Xie Danchong, and Mo Lei had completely lost their ability to fight at this moment. Not only had they lost their ability to fight, the three of them were now at the point of exhaustion and were seriously injured to the point of death. What little life they had left was like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of collapse. Xie Danchong, who was the first to be sent flying, fell into a coma. Dong Wushang and Mo Lei only had a little bit of consciousness left, but they were powerless to stop their bodies from falling. They could only let nature take its course. Gu Miaoling flew over and caught Xie Danchong first. Then she lowered her body and flew into the air again, hugging Mo Lei with one hand. Finally, she used her shoulder to carry Dong Wushang and landed with a whoosh. Although her cultivation was only at the level of a celestial being, it was not difficult for her to do all this. If she was still in the heavenly layer, her cultivation would have long surpassed the two strongest people in the heavenly layer, Moon Breeze. It was a pity that this was the heaven's imperial court. Gu Miaoling could only do this now. At this moment, Gu Duxing's surroundings had completely turned into a sea of red. Countless red yuan qi endlessly drilled into his body. The situation of the volcano eruption was now nearing its end. The battle just now had caused the earth to tremble continuously. It had finally affected. Gu Miaoling flew back with the three people in her arms. Just as she landed beside Gu Duxing, she heard a whoosh sound behind her. A hoarse voice said, "Miss, why do you still have to make such a futile struggle? The death of these three people has long been decided. Just let them go." It was the voice of the saint, only me. This voice was full of fatigue, but there was also an almost unconcealable feeling of relief. Everything was finally settled. These four young geniuses who could pose a threat to me will finally fall in my hands today. From now on, I can rest easy. Gu Miaoling's body trembled, but she did not turn back. She did not even reply. She still followed her original plan and gently put the three people down. Xie Danchong and Dong Wushang were placed beside Gu Duxing, but Mo Lei let her lean on Dong Wushang. Only then did he raise his head and stare at the person who had just arrived. He said softly, "Are you very pleased with yourself now?" The sage felt somewhat flabbergasted as he saw the woman in front of him being so calm, and said, "Complacent? Not necessarily. However, I still won in the end." "Ha ha ha." Gu Miaoling faintly smiled and said, "There used to be a rogue in our hometown. He was very tall, courageous, and powerful. He was insufferably arrogant. Perhaps it was because he was really tall and unreasonable, so the villagers were all afraid of him. One day, he indiscriminately bullied a group of foreign children. The foreign children fought with him and actually beat the hooligan black and blue. But the hooligan finally defeated the group of children. The hooligan was very proud at that time and said, "I won in the end." She tilted her head and said, "Your Majesty, I don't know why, but I suddenly thought of that hooligan from back then. He actually said the same words to you. But it was so despicable, so despicable. This really isn't disrespect to you. It's just a moment of lament." The sage's complexion finally changed. "It's not disrespect to me. With my status and cultivation, if I were to fight with these youngsters, wouldn't it be the same as that hooligan bullying a group of children? If this isn't scolding me, then what is? This is the most vicious sarcasm." She scolded the sage of Tian-Ke, the number one person in the heavenly imperial court in a million years, the supreme ruler, into a despicable hooligan. On the other side, Dong Wushang and Mo Lei, whose bones and tendons were about to break, were still conscious, although they could no longer move and were in so much pain. After hearing Gu Miaoling's words, they still couldn't help but laugh. As they laughed, they vomited blood, but they were full of joy. Mo Lei choked and said, "Sister Miaoling, I've known you for so long, but I really didn't know that you could be so good with words." Gu Miaoling pretended to be angry and said, "What Miaoling Street, you should call me sister-in-law." Mo Lei hurriedly begged for mercy. "I'm wrong. Ha ha ha. Sister-in-law, second sister-in-law." Cloud Master's gaze turned cold, and he said in a low voice, "I'll say it again, I'm not the sage. You keep linking me with the sage. Are you trying to blame your deaths on the sage? You don't have that right." Gu Miaoling smiled slightly. "Is that so? So you're really not the sage?" The sage's complexion changed. "Of course not." Gu Miaoling said calmly, "Then you're definitely more powerful than the sage." Cloud Master was stunned when he heard this, and he subconsciously asked, "What do you mean?" Gu Miaoling smiled and said softly, "My cultivation is shallow, and I shouldn't have made such a judgment. But that day when my husband fought with the Western Sky's heavenly Emperor Wekwang, I was also present. The sage took advantage of my husband's battle with the heavenly Emperor Maniac's sword to launch a sneak attack on my husband, causing my husband to finally lose. And the weapon that he used to launch a sneak attack on my husband really left a deep impression on me. It seems to be the sword that you used to receive fourth Brother Wushang just now." She sneered lightly. "Since you're not the sage, and you have that sword, you must have seized it from the sage's hands. Aren't you still stronger than the sage? The sage's sword has already been seized. What a pitiful child. Presumably, the two-word sage in your eyes is not even worth a fart, right?" Gu Miaoling smiled and looked at the sage, saying indifferently, "Don't you think so?" The sage's facial muscles twitched, and he forced himself to be calm, pretending to be indifferent as he said, "The words of a woman, speaking without thinking and showing off in vain. Even if it's a deluge of heavenly flowers, it's still nothing but a corpse in the end. If I were you, I would absolutely not speak like this, because even if it's a quick death, it's still better than being unable to live and unable to die." His eyes held a heavy threat. "You're all women, so you should also know that there are many ways in this world to make a woman unable to live and unable to die." Gu Miaoling laughed mockingly. "I know, and I admit that there are many such ways. However, women are different from each other. The reason why a woman is unable to live and unable to die is fundamentally because she doesn't want to die. That's all. Even if she dies, she can still be shamed for 10,000 years. The sage said indifferently, "A person dying is like an extinguished lamp. So what if she's shamed for 10,000 years?" Gu Miaoling sat upright and unafraid. "I don't live for the sake of the people of the world. The pity, sorrow, anger, cursing, and disdain of the people of the world have nothing to do with me." She suddenly turned her head and looked at the sage. "Actually, out of kindness, I think it's necessary for me to remind your Majesty of a matter. You're not your majesty, and it was a slip of the tongue. You still care too much about other people's opinions. This is not a good thing. As a person, if you can be more normal, it's a good thing for both yourself and others. Gu Miaoling's words were especially sincere and meaningful. Dong Wushang and Mo Lei laughed until their stomachs hurt. Even Xie Danqiong, who had just woken up and was still weak, also laughed loudly. The sage was so angry that his nose was crooked. This sentence seemed to be well-intentioned, but how old was he? How could he be lectured by a girl from an opposing side? No, it was a lesson. It was a lesson from beginning to end. Bitch, you're courting death. The sage was finally enraged, and his murderous intent surged in an instant, especially when he saw that the three opponents, who were all injured by his hands and made him look battered and exhausted, could still laugh so happily even though their bodies were weak. He couldn't help but feel an inexplicable anger that was difficult to suppress. If I had such a brother, why would I be here alone today? At this moment, a cold voice said, I'm still alive and I'm right here. Who dares to say that my wife is courting death? Xie Danqiong and Dong Wushang were overjoyed. Second brother, Gu Duxing, slowly stood up, the black dragon's sword held horizontally in his hand, like a pool of autumn water, brilliant and clear. His eyes stared coldly at the sage, and there was no hatred or disgust. Your eyes are very calm, the sage said indifferently. It seems that not only is the hatred of tens of thousands of soldiers dying in my hands not in your heart, you don't even care that these brothers of yours are about to die because of you. You actually don't hate me at all. You're so heartless. It really makes me feel bitterly disappointed. I really feel sorry for those loyal and brave soldiers who died. His face was full of compassion, as if he was preaching the truth and enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Gu Duxing smiled indifferently. You call yourself me? You're finally willing to admit your identity? But you're right, I really don't hate you. Because my hatred, disgust, and disdain are all built on a foundation, a basic foundation. Otherwise, those comrades of mine who died in battle, and these brothers in front of me, would probably blame me instead. This foundation is that the other party must at least be a human. He smiled coldly, and his icy gaze stared intently at the sage. He said with a smile, But can you, Cloud Master, still be considered a human? What qualifications do you have to bear my hatred? The sage was stunned. At the side, Dong Wushang and Xie Danqiong cheered loudly. Second brother said it well. You've won my heart. Cloud Master, how can you be considered a human? You actually tried in vain to consider the problem from the perspective of a human. Ha ha ha. What a joke. How delightful. Like I said, second brother Gu usually doesn't scold people, but once he does, he'll be so angry that he'll jump out of his coffin. Ha ha ha. But the sage didn't laugh. He looked at Gu Duxing and said indifferently, Gu Duxing is indeed Gu Duxing. At such a time when you're at the end of your rope, you can actually say such things to me. I can't help but admire you. Chapter 2594. Gu Duxing said coldly, Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself with these words? In other people's eyes, you might be the most powerful person in the world, but in my eyes, you're really nothing. At least, you shouldn't add the word person. Aren't you proud that I'm saying this to you? You're proud of me? Anger rose in the saint's heart. He was about to say something when his gaze suddenly froze. He made a soft sound of surprise, because at this moment he suddenly realized that Gu Duxing's aura was actually no longer the aura he had seen before. The previous Gu Duxing was sharp and straight, and he would rather break than bend. His entire person was like an unsheathed divine sword, showing off its edge. But now, at this moment, although that aura was still there, it was more stable, more dignified, and more solid. There was even a faint sense of elegance. This made him feel even more that Gu Duxing's foundation was actually as deep as the sea and as vast as the mountains. Gu Duxing, I didn't expect you to have a new understanding during this period of time when you were injured. When the saint asked this question, not only did his killing intent rise crazily, it was also accompanied by extreme madness. What kind of opportunity and what kind of understanding could change the aura of a peak expert like Gu Duxing, who had long been molded like this? How many people had never had such an understanding even once in their lives? And Gu Duxing actually had such an understanding when he was at the end of the road. To him, it was actually so simple. Gu Duxing smiled. "Are you very jealous?" The saint nodded slowly, his killing intent rising. "It's a pity. Your epiphany should have been interrupted by your brothers, Gu Duxing. You, who have yet to recover from your serious injuries, must die today. You must remember that you were killed by your brothers." Until this moment, the saint still didn't forget to attack the brotherhood of everyone present. It was obvious how vicious his schemes were, but from another perspective, it also declared the lamentable nature of this person, Cloud Lord, as a person. Gu Duxing slowly drew his sword. He said indifferently, "It doesn't matter." This was really super indifferent. Xiedan Qiong and Dong Wushang cheered loudly. They struggled and said, "Second brother Gu, the 3 of US brothers will die here today. This is really our fate. We didn't ask to be born in the same day, but to die in the same day. If there is an afterlife, let's be brothers again." Dong Wushang shouted loudly, "That's right. If there's a next life, let's be brothers again." Gu Duxing's voice was filled with deep emotions. "I remember back then, I once told Big Brother, if a brother needs to step on me to climb up a mountain of blades, then I'll let him step on me. Even if he steps on me, he can only take 1 step forward." Xiedan Trong and Dong Wushang laughed at the same time. "That's right, even if it's just 1 step forward, because, with my brothers by my side, I am invincible." Gu Duxing looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. He who had always been cold and sharp was at this moment. However, he displayed extreme arrogance as he pointed his sword. He shouted, "Master Yin, remove your disguise and reveal your mountain and river sword. Come, 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 fight me." The sage clenched his teeth and said indifferently, "Since things have come to this, I will fulfill the last wish of a dying person like you." As he spoke, his body swayed and his bloated body suddenly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a thin Lord Saint Monarch wearing a plain robe. He stood there like a deep abyss, awe-inspiring and inviolable, although there were bloodstains on his chest and his face was a little pale. It didn't detract from the sage's aura of a sovereign descending to the world. Gu Duxing nodded indifferently. Not bad at all. Although you only revealed your true identity when you felt that you had absolute confidence, I still feel a little happy. By the way, beating up that bloated masked fatty just now is far less satisfying than beating up the Tian-Ke Saint Monarch, as well as the pleasure. Dong Wushang and Xiedan Qiong were about to cry from laughter. They didn't expect Gu Duxing to be so good at this. He let the sage return to his original appearance so that he could have a sense of accomplishment and pleasure. The sage snorted heavily and turned to Xiedan Qiong and Dong Wushang. He said, "The 2 of you are after all already celestial emperors of a generation and should be protected by the laws of heaven and earth. It's not good for me to kill you. How about this? I'll give you a chance. As long as you scold Gu Duxing, any scolding will do. I'll let the 3 of you go. Today, I'll only take Gu Duxing's life. I'll even spare his wife's life. This condition can be considered generous, right?" His face was full of righteousness, as if he was making a promise. He vowed solemnly, "For such a small request, you should know how big of a compromise I've already made. You have 2 worlds on your shoulders, millions of people. How much responsibility do you have? There's also the extraterrestrial demons. How can you throw your lives away here? Great Emperor Wushang, Great Emperor Jasper Flower, why don't you carefully?" His words were extravagant, using the most sincere words and an expectant expression. He even added the cultivation of elemental energy that could charm one's mind. The sage asked himself in his heart, such a small price can be exchanged for a chance to live. Not only can it save oneself, but it can also save others. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't let go of such a chance to save myself, save others, and have no future troubles. I don't believe that you're really not tempted. Even if you're not tempted, would Gu Duxing not be? He can save your lives and his wife's lives, whether you scold Gu Duxing or Gu Duxing asks you to agree. The so-called unbreakable brotherhood between the two of you will have an additional crack. And what I want is precisely this crack. In this world, there's no such thing as an unbreakable bond. You people are just cowards who are afraid of death in your bones. You just don't show it. Once you say it, I'll immediately kill all of you, and a huge shadow in my heart will be removed. In the end, there's no such thing as an unbreakable bond in the world. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Dong Wushang. Shut that bird mouth of yours that's full of shit. Dong Wushang spat disdainfully. Why are you so disgusting? I'd rather believe that women don't get jealous. I'll definitely not believe the lousy promises that come out of your lousy mouth. If you want to kill, just kill. What's the point of saying so much? Do you really think that everyone likes the nonsense you say? Xiedanqiong sneered. Ignore him. This bastard is envious, jealous, and hateful. He only knows how to be pretentious like an idiot, but he insists on treating everyone in the world as idiots. He thinks that he's the only smart person in the world. Talking to him is simply a waste of saliva. Second brother Go. Fight with him, cripple him, kill him. We brothers will accompany you. If we live, we'll die together. If we die, we'll die together. The two of them roared at the same time. Good. Gu Duxing roared to the sky. Well said. We're brothers. If we live, we'll die together. If we die, we'll die together. Good brothers. The black dragon's sword current overflowed with an extreme thirst for blood. The sword light flashed. The clanging of the sword. The saint's face gradually darkened. Since I've given you a way out, don't blame me for being heartless. Let's die together. His body suddenly leaped up. He grabbed at Gu Duxing. Although Gu Duxing's injuries had improved greatly now, he only had the strength for one attack at most. This point, everyone present could see it. He didn't even need to use too much strength to defeat him. Defeat. Kill. But the saint obviously didn't want to kill Gu Duxing directly. Since you're brothers, don't blame me for cruelly killing you one by one in front of your own brothers. Brothers in life and death? Ha ha ha. The saint's face suddenly became extremely ferocious. I'll let your brothers in front of you copulate with your women. I'd like to see how you'll resist this human instinct after you've each other's women. Whether you can still be brothers after death, ha ha ha. His ferocious laughter exuded extreme evilness and lust. At this moment, the expressions of Gu Duxing and the others finally changed. Gu Miaoling and Mo Lei looked at each other and said sadly, "We'll take our leave first." After saying that, they were about to commit suicide to remove the last scruples of the three brothers. If you live, you scoundrels. If you die, you'll naturally die. Even if your corpses are gone, it doesn't matter. Regardless of life and death, I'll make it difficult for you to protect your chastity. Even if all your women die, it doesn't matter. I can arrange the corpses of your brothers together. Since your brotherhood is so deep that you won't abandon each other in life and death, then let's go one step further. Gu Duxing, you still have the power for one last attack. What are you waiting for? Make your move. After you make your move, it'll be my turn to perform. Perform to your heart's content. The saint completely didn't have the demeanor of a peerless expert at this moment. This kind of extreme evilness that had already reached hysteria came out of his mouth, just like that. Gu Duxing and the others revealed sorrow in their eyes. To meet such a completely shameless lunatic, what other way was there? The only choice was to self-destruct? Only by destroying their physical bodies could they avoid this level of humiliation? But Dong Wushang and the other two might not even be able to commit suicide at this moment. To self-destruct was easier said than done. The only chance was for Gu Duxing to use the power of his final attack on the 5 of them. The power of his final attack was actually going to be used here. But at this moment, wind and thunder surged in the sky. An extremely grand and abundant sword light came crashing down like a thunderbolt. A cold voice said, "Master Yin, it turns out that the saint of your generation is actually so shameless. You are indeed the number 1 in the imperial court. Indeed, no one can stand shoulder to shoulder with you. It's just that if you want to bully my brothers, have you asked for my permission?" At this moment, when they suddenly heard this voice that they hadn't heard for a long time, whether it was a strong man like Dong Wushang, or the always cold and emotionless Gu Duxing, or even Xie Danqiang, who was already a celestial emperor of a generation, all of them suddenly burst into tears at the same time. "Boss, I'm very disappointed. My dream of being the main character is finally shattered," the people from the film company said. "From the photos, you're still a little suitable for the role of Tan Tan. But now that I see you in person, I realize that you have the most future in writing books. You will definitely be able to achieve meteoric success and definitely become famous." These words made me burst with joy. I immediately decided to only write books and not do anything else. After drinking, I returned to the hotel to lie down and think about things. Only then did I slowly understand. Damn it, aren't they mocking me? Now, in Peony River, when Air Jen and Sharp Knife heard about this, they laughed like crazy on the spot. Regarding the film industry, if there are any developments in the future, I will immediately report to everyone. Chapter 2595. The 3 of them didn't expect that at such a critical moment, their boss Chu Yang would suddenly appear in front of them like a heavenly soldier descending from the heavens. At this moment, they were so excited that they felt like their hearts were about to explode. At the same time, an unprecedented sense of security arose spontaneously. "Boss is here. No one can hurt us anymore." The sage slowly turned around, only to see a handsome youth standing in front of him. He was travel-worn and weary. Although it was difficult to conceal the exhaustion on his face, his gaze was still as sharp as a sword. It was awe-inspiring. The man looked at Gu Duxing and the others with eyes full of comfort and sorrow. But then he looked at Saint Sage with eyes full of anger, disdain, and contempt. He also had a sword in his hand. And what surprised Saint Sage even more was, at this moment, the sword aura, murderous intent, and battle intent were even stronger than Gu Duxing's. Much stronger. Saint Sage took a deep breath and said cautiously, "You are their boss?" This was Saint Sage's first time seeing Chu Yang in person, and also Chu Yang's first time coming into direct contact with Saint Sage. When he heard Gu Duxing and the others call out boss at the same time, Saint Sage was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He didn't expect that help would come so quickly. He didn't expect that it would be their boss who came. He didn't expect that they would face each other head-on like a decisive battle here. If he had known this earlier, he would have set up an ambush nearby with experts from Saint Emperor Palace. Not to mention just one boss, even if there were a few more. What did it matter? But now, there was a subtle change in the situation. At the very least, his identity had been exposed. Gu Duxing, that bastard, had just lied to him to restore his original appearance. And this guy's boss had actually arrived so coincidentally. What was even more unfortunate was that he was injured at this time. What was even more unfortunate was that the 10 doppelgangers he had used to guard against accidents had all been used up. And there was this boss the only one who came to help, or was there someone else? For example, if it was Dong Huang Shuai Leihan, or if it was Demon Empress Yao Exen, if either of these 2 people came, today's situation would definitely be difficult to resolve. Although it was the first time they met, Saint Sage was very surprised to discover that Chu Yang's strength was not only above Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang's, it was even much stronger. Now, he actually didn't have a 100% chance of victory. Opposite, Chu Yang smiled coldly. "Of course, I'm their boss. Moreover, it was I who led people to destroy your Saint Emperor Palace. Or was it me who annihilated one of your myriad saints' true spirit bases and one of your avatars? That's right, the one who killed your wife's clone was also me. Now it's me. I'm going to kill you right here." The sage laughed heartily. "Arrogant Junior, you're spouting nonsense." Chu Yang said calmly. "Is he really arrogant?" "I swore in my heart when you tried to deal with my brother so viciously. In this life, you and I are irreconcilable. In this life, I will definitely regard you as my greatest enemy. In this life, you will die by my sword. No one can hurt my brothers, and no one can threaten my brothers." Chu Yang solemnly said, "Especially you. Cloud Master is even more unworthy." The sage's pupils contracted. At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He could clearly feel the seriousness of Chu Yang's words. Every word he said was spoken with his heart, and these words were equivalent to Chu Yang's oath, an oath that he would never regret in his life. Sure enough, in the next moment, the sky that was filled with volcanic clouds suddenly exploded with a thunderclap. In an instant it was as bright as day. The thick smoke instantly disappeared without a trace, and the horizon was once again clear and blue. There were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles, but a majestic voice shouted, "Oath granted!" Then there was a crisp clang. It was as if a small bell had been struck. It was exceptionally crisp and clear. But at this moment, this clang reverberated in the hearts of all living beings in the entire Heaven Imperial Court, and even in the Heaven Continent and various small planes, regardless of whether they were humans, birds, beasts, martial artists, or ordinary people. They all heard the sound of the bell and were shaken at the same time. The sage also felt as if there was a bell in his heart that had been fiercely rung. His expression changed greatly. This was an oath to the heavenly Tao. He knew that Chu Yang had just spoken with the tone of an oath, but he had never thought that Chu Yang's oath would be able to trigger the heavenly law to bear witness, launching the supreme oath to the heavenly law. Once this oath came out, there was no longer any room to change it. Between Chu Yang and Master Yin, one must die. Either one or the other. There was no exception. Even if it was the highest existence in this world, they would also be unable to change this oath. Actually, to say that Chu Yang was able to arrive in time, there was also an element of luck. Chu Yang galloped all the way and finally arrived at the Big Western Paradise. But arriving at the Big Western Paradise didn't mean that he could immediately find Dong Wushang and company. It must be known that Dong Wushang and company used the Black Dragon Sword as a guide to search for Gu Dexing's whereabouts. This matter was carried out in absolute secrecy and no one knew. Therefore, Chu Yang's side was completely at a loss about their whereabouts. On the contrary, the sage, who had long since set up a trap, followed them all the way and launched an attack at the right time. Chu Yang clearly knew that Dong Wushang and company might be in life-threatening danger, but he only remembered this point when he arrived. The only one who had the ability to use Xian techniques to find them, Mo Tianji, had also suffered a backlash because he had previously used the future Heavenly Eye technique. In the short term, it was absolutely impossible for him to use another technique again, and the guidance of the Calamity Sword was also only an approximate direction. It couldn't possibly be that precise. Chu Yang had no other choice but to wander around aimlessly. But he happened to find a jade-green light in the distance, and a surge of fighting spirit burst out from it. Chu Yang's eyes widened in shock. Then he looked at the jade-green light. This made Chu Yang almost cry out in pleasant surprise. That vigorous aura, that overbearing air, completely matched Dong Wushang. This made Chu Yang immediately conclude that this was Dong Wushang's move. And at that time, Chu Yang was still at least 1,500 kilometers away from the location of the battle. Seeing the sudden change here, and even more clearly feeling Dong Wushang's violent aura, Chu Yang naturally rushed over with all his might without hesitation. By the time the surrounding volcanoes erupted, Chu Yang's galloping purple clouds were already close to the range of 500 kilometers. Fortunately, the heavens bless the good. The saint had set his mind on destroying the friendship between Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and Xie Danqiong. He used all kinds of methods to achieve his despicable goal, which delayed him for a while, allowing Chu Yang to catch up at the last moment. If the saint had still acted according to his original intention and killed without a second word, the 5 people who were lucky enough to survive would all have been hard-pressed to escape. Even if Chu Yang finally arrived, he would only see 5 corpses at most. It was just that, although Chu Yang had arrived in time at the last moment, the battle situation was still not optimistic. First of all, the saint's own strength was still stronger than Chu Yang's. Although the saint was injured under the joint attack of Dong Wushang and the other 2, his injuries weren't too serious. His combat power was still abundant, and he definitely had the strength to fight. And more importantly, Chu Yang's current state was very, 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 very bad. The current Chu Yang was cold on the outside, and his gaze was cold. He didn't show the slightest bit of inferiority, but on the inside his insides were already burning, and his situation was dire. Previously, when Mo Tianji had issued a warning, Chu Yang had rushed to the big western sky in one breath, trekking 8,000 kilometers the whole way. Moreover, he had used his own martial power to activate the Calamity Sword, and had become one with the sword. The degree of exhaustion and extreme consumption of energy along the way could be imagined. He almost couldn't control his vision from turning black, and almost fell down. However, Chu Yang looked all around, and examined the scene in front of him. He couldn't help but almost lose his breath, which immediately turned into a towering rage. Monstrous, murderous intent subsequently raged, and he almost said those words without thinking. And after saying it, he unexpectedly obtained the witness of the heavenly law oath. This result made Chu Yang stunned. This heavenly law oath seemed to have come at a very bad time. Regardless of whether there was an oath or not, Chu Yang and the other brothers would have sworn to fight the saint to the death, and with this oath, each side's position was even more obvious, and everything was put on the table. However, the appearance of this heavenly law oath at this time was tantamount to forcing Chu Yang and the saint to launch a decisive battle today. However, the current situation was that Chu Yang's body was in an extremely bad situation, and Mo Tianji was suffering from the backlash of Heaven's will and couldn't make a move. More than half of the brothers here were injured soldiers. This battle was really too difficult to fight. At the same time, Demon Imperial Palace. The Demon Empress, who was in the middle of operating her internal energy to repair her body, was suddenly startled. What's this situation? What's going on? Whose oath actually obtained the witness of the heavenly law oath? This. At the side, Dong Huang Shueleihan, who was dressed in snow-white clothes from the Eastern Royal Heaven, also frowned in surprise. This change is really unexpected. The heavenly law oath has always only appeared in legends. In real life, at least in these millions of years, it has never appeared before. Who in the world actually has this kind of great fortune and has triggered this kind of opportunity? After the news that the Demon Empress was injured for some reason and was besieged by many experts spread out, Dong Huang Shueleihan rushed to the Demon Emperor Heaven immediately. The great heavenly demon war was imminent, and the Demon Empress, as the main battle force, couldn't be lost. Therefore, Dong Huang took the initiative to help the Demon Empress heal her. At this time, it was already the 5th day since Shueleihan arrived here, and the Demon Empress healing process had finally come to an end. Other than her body, which had yet to fully recover, everything else was back to normal. The injury this time was really no small matter. And just at this time, the warning bell of the heavenly law oath suddenly sounded. It made the 2 of them realize at the same time. Their expressions changed greatly. When I return home tomorrow, I will immediately explode. Chapter 2596. I reckon, other than those little fellows, no one else might be able to cause such a situation. The demon empress pondered for a moment before she smiled and said, "Actually, what I'm really puzzled about is the other party. This sort of oath to the heavenly Tao that gathered all the energy and boundless resentment is something that can't be done unless there's absolutely irreconcilable hatred. But with the current strength and influence of those little fellows, who could cause them to feel hatred that's difficult to erase. I think that something rather tragic must have happened in the past few days." Xue Leihan's face immediately showed some worry. He murmured, "Indeed, but if something more painful happened, what exactly would it be?" The demon empress said softly, "No matter what it is, if we go over now, it's destined to be too late." Xue Leihan nodded slightly. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, "Those 14 or 15 of them have the same life and death. Now, each of them has achieved their own strength. If we want to annihilate all of them, I'm afraid, even if Shangrenyin takes action personally, together with all the combat power of the Holy Emperor Palace, we may not be able to do it." This sentence caused the demon empress to be shocked. They have a total of 14 or 15 people. Why are there so many? Where did 14 or 15 people come from? The demon empress was inexplicably shocked. Isn't it just Chu Yang, Dong Wushang, GMO, Luo Kadi, Xiedanqiang, Rui, but on these people? Are there others? How come I didn't know at all? Although the demon empress knew Zi Xieqing, Mo Qingguo, Mo Tianji, Chu Lu'er, and the others, and was even quite familiar with them, these people had never fought in front of her and displayed their strength, so she didn't know that these people were actually all the top experts in the world. At this moment, Xue Leihan smiled with some complacency and pride. He said, "Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you anymore. But there are indeed 15 people. There's absolutely no deviation in this." "Who are they? Tell me." The demon empress sat up straight, her expression extremely serious. "The real experts, you know, include Great Emperor Dong Wushang, Great Emperor Xiedanqiang, Great Emperor Ao Xiun, Great Emperor Duxing. These 4 new celestial emperors can be compared to us. But there's another thing I'm sure you don't know. These 4 people recognized one person who was above them. In their world, he was known as the Minister. And this person is Chu Yang, the one who killed Yuan Tianjindu when he was very weak. Chu Yang is their common boss, the publicly acknowledged boss." Xue Leihan's words directly shook the demon empress to the core. It wasn't that she didn't know about Chu Yang's high status. She also knew that everyone respected him very much. However, in her eyes, or rather, in the eyes of everyone in the Heaven Layer Imperial Court, Chu Yang had yet to achieve that kind of achievement. However, Dong Wushang and Xiedanqiang had already become heavenly emperors. This was incomparable. People with high statuses, people who were worthy of respect, might not necessarily have powerful strength. Perhaps Chu Yang was such a person, but never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Chu Yang was actually the publicly recognized leader of these people. Stronger than these people. Those 15 people, as well as the Phoenix Emperor Rui Batong, the wolf Luo Kadi, the Solitude Emperor GMO. Although these people had this title long ago in the world where they rose to power, they have yet to truly ascend to the position of Heavenly Emperor, so they can't be considered worthy of their title. However, they might not be inferior to Zue Wuqing and Wu Yeguang. Xue Leihan said, "Also, I'm sure you don't know even more. Outside the many forces in the Heaven Layer Imperial Court, there's a hidden figure. In a sense, he's the one who really controls the entire Heaven Layer Imperial Court. Perhaps he's the biggest surprise. Controls the entire Heaven Layer Imperial Court?" The demon empress' eyes widened. "Who? On what basis?" Xue Leihan said lightly, "On what basis? Do you know the current Heaven Layer Imperial Court? The only one who has tentacles all over the intelligence network of the entire Heaven Layer Imperial Court. The most mysterious leader of the Tianji Intelligence Department is the one who has never shown his true strength among the brothers, Mo Tianji." The beautiful face of the demon empress twitched. She even looked a little sluggish. Xue Leihan's evaluation of Mo Tianji wasn't exaggerated at all. The leader of the intelligence network of the entire Heaven Layer Imperial Court could be said to control the entire Heaven Layer Imperial Court. It wasn't an exaggeration at all. It was just that she didn't expect that the bunch of little guys she spoke of had actually grown to such a level. When such strength was really combined, it wasn't just shocking to the world. They could practically re-establish the order of the Heaven Layer Imperial Court. And Xue Leihan said, "And, other than these people, there's actually someone at the level of Heavenly Emperor." The Demon Empress was really shocked today, but she asked as if she was angry. "You still don't believe me. There really are some who are at the level of Heavenly Emperor. Chu Yang has 8 sworn brothers in total, and there's another one besides these sworn brothers who isn't among Chu Yang's sworn brothers, Tan Tan. This person is Chu Yang's junior brother. He's both righteous and evil, but they treat each other with sincerity. His achievements are definitely not below these few people," Xue Leihan said. "In fact, he's even better than them." The Demon Empress' mouth really started to twitch. "That ugly guy who knew Ning the earliest? That's right, that's him. Speaking of which, I still really admire His Highness Ning Tai. He and Tan Tan knew each other when they were young, and he was willing to call himself his junior brother. This insight is really not something that ordinary people can compare to. At least, I admit that I can't do it." When Xue Leihan heard the Demon Empress comment, he couldn't help but laugh. Instead, he praised Demon Ning Tai and said, "With Tan Tan's current achievements, I'm afraid he's only one step away from you and me. Moreover, it's said that this ugly guy once fought the joint forces of 4 great experts, including the Flaming Sun Heavenly Emperor Longinghuan, alone some time ago. In the end, both sides suffered great losses, and that Tan Tan still managed to escape calmly." The Demon Empress was completely speechless. That guy called Tan Tan has already grown to such a level? It's really unbelievable. Well, I'm not surprised that he's Chu Yang's junior brother. That little guy has always been bossy to Ning. But he's so respectful to Chu Yang. So there's this relationship. Xue Leihan nodded. "That's right. Actually, Demon Empress, don't be fooled by his looks. But he's quite lucky with women. His wife is the only sister of the Jade Flower Emperor." "Oh my God!" The Demon Empress held her forehead and groaned. "He must be really lucky to be able to marry a wife with that kind of character. Moreover, she was the only sister of the Heavenly Monarch of the Black Cloud Heaven Palace. The Jade Flower Monarch was quite an outstanding person, so his sister should not be too bad either. Why did she marry that ugly bastard? All the good cabbages were given to him. What a waste!" Other than these forces that I mentioned just now, there are few people among them whose strength is not below theirs. Xue Leihan seriously demonstrated what it meant to not stop until his words shocked people to death. "There are a few people?" The Demon Empress didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Xue Leihan, don't beat around the bush anymore. Just say it all at once. Okay, there are a few more people. You've seen one of them before, Mo Lei, the wife of the Heavenly Emperor Wushang. You should know her strength very well, so I won't waste my breath." Xue Leihan said. The Demon Empress nodded. "Yes, Mo Lei's aptitude is the best I've ever seen. Her future achievements will not be below Dong Wushang's." "Best aptitude?" Xue Leihan pursed his lips very discreetly. "Also, that little girl, Mo Qingwu, who is usually dressed in red, is Mo Tianji's younger sister. Her achievements are on par with these people. In fact, she is even slightly better than some of them." Xue Leihan's voice was indifferent, but the Demon Empress was already a little impatient. "Slightly better than others? Do you know how high you've already praised those people just now? You actually said that she's slightly better than them. How can that be? Also, the little girl in white, Chulu, her cultivation achievements are about the same as Mo Qingwu's. Moreover, Chulu, is Chu Yang's sister and Mo Tianji's sweetheart." She has the inheritance of the heavenly poison and supreme poison techniques. Moreover, her poison techniques have already far surpassed the heavenly poison sect that shocked the world back then. Shuel Leihan narrowed his eyes. Already surpassed the heavenly poison sect. Poison techniques. The demon empress muttered to herself. Don't be so surprised yet. What's more surprising is yet to come. Mo Chingu has the innate spirit physique and the spirit gathering physique, while Chu Lu has the innate poison physique and the free and natural physique. Shuel Leihan's words were obviously taking revenge on the demon empress for saying that Mo Lei's children have the best physique. Hiss! Shuel Leihan's scheme had obviously succeeded. The demon empress was so shocked that she was speechless. Also, Chu Yang's other wife, Wu Qianshan, although her current cultivation has not reached the peak, she has the conversion mystical Yin physique. What's more, the conversion mystical Yin martial arts that she practices are of the highest quality. With time, her achievements are destined to be brilliant. Shuel Leihan said solemnly, "You should know what this conversion mystical Yin physique means." The demon empress said bitterly, "How can I not know? I know too well. I myself have the conversion mystical Yin physique." "Oh, that's really such a coincidence. But do you know that not only does Wu Qianshan have the conversion mystical Yin physique, she has the innate conversion mystical Yin physique?" Shuel Leihan rolled his eyes. Because the place where she was born was coincidentally on top of a mystical Yin earth vein, so you are still somewhat different from her. Cough, cough, cough. The demon empress coughed violently and glared at Shuel Leihan furiously. "Shuel Leihan, you bastard. Aren't you saying that I'm destined to be inferior to that girl in the future? That girl will definitely surpass this empress one day." Warmly recommending our good friend, Master Yueguan's new book in the history category, Night Sky. Just by looking at the title of this book, I feel as if I'm looking at a peerless overlord who controls the world in the dark. I believe from the bottom of my heart that this book will definitely not disappoint us. I've already collected it. Everyone should collect it too. Chapter 2597. Shuel Leihan pretended not to see it and continued. "As for Chu Yang's other wife, you've seen her before. It's that Tai Batian who has the bearing of a ruler. Her cultivation is mediocre, about the same as Wu Qianshan's. She's probably too distracted to help Chu Yang and delayed her own cultivation. I really pity her talent, the Ice Heart Emperor physique. That's a physique that can only appear in legends by chance and coincidence. Of course, even they themselves don't know about this. Ice Heart Emperor physique." The demon empress said with difficulty, "Shuel Leihan, are you trying to kill me today? Do you have any more?" Shuel Leihan smiled. "Look at you. Didn't I tell you about the strength we have here? Isn't it better to be stronger? There's nothing left, except for one more important one. Are you sure you want to hear it? There's still something more important." The demon empress took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She said, "Go ahead, I'm sure I want to hear it. I can still hold on. Speaking of this, I have to praise your father's eyesight again. Chu Yang's other wife is the girl your son once chased madly, Zi Xieching." Shuel Leihan said, "That woman's current cultivation is definitely not inferior to Chu Yang and the rest. In other words, she's only a step away from us." I know about that." The demon empress said angrily, "That's it? Leaving it for the last? There's no pressure at all." Finally, they managed to turn the tables at the last stage. "You know," Shuel Leihan looked at her with a half-smile. No, you don't know. What I really want to say is that this Zi Xieching is Zi Hao, the heavenly emperor of purple clouds. She's the biological daughter of Ling Piaoping, the goddess of purple clouds. You don't know about this, right? Your father's eyesight is really good. But why didn't he persist? If he persisted, why didn't he persist? Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. The demon empress coughed violently. unable to contain the shock in her heart. Her emotions fluctuated greatly. What did you say? Cough, cough, cough. She was originally seriously injured, and although her injuries had healed, her state of mind was still unstable. At this moment, her state of mind was continuously affected, and she couldn't stop coughing for a while. Shuel Lehan waited for her coughing to subside for a while before he said, slowly, "You didn't hear wrongly. I'm not wrong." The demon empress was stunned for a long time before she was overjoyed. So, Zi Shao actually has a descendant. So it turns out that little sister Piaoping had left behind a descendant back then. Ha ha ha. Truly, the heavens do not destroy good people. Then he came to a sudden realization. I was wondering why her demonic physique was so strange. So she's actually a descendant of the Purple Cloud Empire. No wonder, no wonder. Sigh, that poor girl. I've suffered so much. Then he sighed. It's a pity that useless son of mine. Why didn't he persevere? He had already reached that point. Why didn't he persevere? If he had persevered a little longer, he might have sigh. I'm so pissed off. He thought about how his son had pursued her for so many years, but in the end, he still failed on the verge of success. The demon empress had the urge to grab Yao Ningning and beat him up. Imperial Mother, how are you today? At this moment, Yao Tai Yao Ningning excitedly rushed over to greet her. Lord Donghuang praised you again and again in front of me. Get your ass in here. The demon empress roared angrily. Yao Ningning was instantly confused. My performance during this period of time has been very good. I was even praised yesterday. Why is she speaking in such a tone today? Lord Donghuang praised me. Since he praised me, why is she still in such an attitude? What's going on? He walked in carefully with an apologetic smile on his face. Mother, what's wrong? What did Lord Donghuang say about me? Please don't take it seriously. The demon empress glared at him. When she heard what he said, she was even angrier. You have no judgment, no knowledge, no persistence. Useless, tactless, no IQ, no EQ, little bastard. You're going to piss me off. She thought about her friendship with the heavenly emperor of Zi Shao and her deep sisterhood with goddess Piaoping. The demon empress felt a sharp pain in her heart. If her good friend's daughter were to become her daughter-in-law, even if they were not of equal social status, she could at least take good care of her like her mother. Not only would she be a daughter-in-law, she would also be a daughter. But this dumb goose, never mind being a lackey, he actually couldn't even woo a girl. Her chance to do her best for her good friend disappeared for no reason. This was really intolerable. But Shuel Lehan knew how to join in the fun and said, I say, Demon Empress, how can you say the opposite? How can your husband be called lacking judgment, tactless IQ? You're too humble. I think your husband is simply too perceptive, tactful, EQ and IQ. Look at the friends he has made and the lover he has chosen. They're simply too promising. Yao Ningning, who saw everything in shock, was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Is Donghuang really praising me? But what's wrong with Mother? He didn't understand what was going on at all. He smiled and said, Mother, please don't be angry. You can beat me or scold me. It's just the word bastard. Please don't be angry, don't be angry. Ah, then there was a scream. However, before he could finish his words, the demon empress, who was at the critical juncture of adding fuel to the fire, flew into a rage out of humiliation and kicked a certain someone out. Shuel Lehan laughed loudly, almost unable to straighten his back. This son of the demon empress was really the #1 living treasure in the world. He didn't let down all those praises just now. You're really pissing me off. The demon empress was still upset, her anger still lingering. Just as she was angry, she saw Bai Shixian walk in and say softly, Greetings, Mother. The demon empress beamed and said, Shixian is still the most sensible one. Seeing you makes me feel better. The demon empress was very satisfied with Bai Shixian. She had a good temper, a good personality, and good looks. As for her background, I'm the demon emperor. Why would I care about background? I just don't understand why you're angry. What are you angry about? To be honest, I'm really envious of you for having such a good son. Shuel Leihan said with genuine envy. I've spent so much effort, but none of those little rascals in my family can be connected. But your son, on the other hand, has become sworn brothers with all these people. What kind of eyesight is this? What kind of knowledge is this? In the future, your demon emperor will have more than 13 or 14 peak-level experts with the cultivation of First Emperor as your backing. You can actually retire now, and you won't have any worries. When the demon empress heard Dong Huang's words, her anger finally subsided. She felt that her son was indeed very perceptive and had a very high EQ and IQ. She pretended to be modest and laughed. Ningning, this guy, what kind of perceptive and knowledge is this? It's just that fortune favors fools. But now that you've said this, I'm really relieved. Those few people, I can see that they're all people who really value relationships. They're very reliable. Shuel Leihan smiled knowingly. After Bai Shixian left, Shuel Leihan finally took a deep breath and said, Excellent, I have something to ask you. The demon empress was stunned. What is it? Is it worth being so serious about? Shuel Leihan laughed and said, That brother demon king. I haven't seen him for hundreds of thousands of years. He is still recuperating. How are his injuries? Is there anything I can do to help? The demon empress smiled sadly and bitterly. Shuel Leihan, what you're saying is really, she heaved a long sigh. It's been announced to the outside world that he's still alive, but with your knowledge, how could you not know that with his injuries back then, and with the king transfer ceremony, how could he still be alive? Shuel Leihan was stunned. Ah, you mean? As early as 100,000 years ago. The demon empress smiled bitterly. He was already free. 100,000 years ago already. Shuel Leihan was really stunned this time. For a long time he didn't speak again. The demon empress looked into the distance, lost in thought. No one knew what she was thinking. After another long while, Shuel Leihan said with difficulty, Oh, this I really don't know. This. I'm very sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. The demon empress said indifferently, Life and death are decided by fate, and riches and honor are decided by the heavens. It's not necessarily a bad thing for him to be free earlier, so that he won't get angry when he sees the world in chaos. Shuel Leihan agreed. That's right, that's right. This world is really meaningless. The demon empress snorted and hugged her knees with both hands, silent. This. What I actually wanted to ask, Look, the battle against the heavenly demons is about to break out, and Chu Yan and the others are also finally growing up step by step. According to my speculation, we probably won't lose this battle. Shuel Leihan said somewhat awkwardly, Do you have any specific plans? The demon empress frowned. What specific plans? We'll just fight when the time comes. If there's any specific plans, it should be you, Shuel Leihan. Hesitating isn't your style, is it? Shuel Leihan rubbed his hands and smiled. It's like this. After the battle, you and I will have nothing to do. Our children have all grown up. After so many years, it's time for the Eastern Royal Heavens and Demon Emperor Heavens to change owners. When that time comes, do you have any other plans? The Demon Empress said softly, If that day really comes, after the battle against the heavenly demons, I'm still alive, and I pass the Demon Emperor position to Ningning. What will I do in the future? She sighed deeply, looking a little despondent. I really haven't thought about such a long-term thing. Chapter 2598. Hearing that, the Demon Empress was stunned. She looked at Dongwang suspiciously. Shuel Leihan, you're very strange today. What do you mean? Shuel Leihan took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Finally, he said, It's like this. Cough, cough. I've long found a paradise, isolated from the rest of the world. and I've prepared it for tens of thousands of years in advance. If I'm still alive after the war, I don't want to go any further. I just want to go in and enjoy life, leaving this world for the young people to play with." The demon empress frowned. "This is a good plan. What's there that you can't say? It's time for us to enjoy life." Hearing that, Shuel Leihan was overjoyed. "You think so too?" The demon empress was stunned again. "Is there a problem with that?" Halfway through her words, she suddenly realized something. So that was what he meant. It seemed that what she said just now was also ambiguous. Oh my God! Thinking of that, she couldn't help but blush. Looking at Shuel Leihan fiercely, she said, "You don't have to say what you want to say next." Shuel Leihan grinned. Ignoring the demon empress' murderous gaze, he actually said with a determined expression, "What I'm actually saying is, if I'm the only one in there, it's also quite lonely. No matter what, there's still a lack of a mistress. I just don't know if you're willing to go in and enjoy life. Didn't you just say that it's time for us to enjoy life? Enjoy life!" The demon empress' face turned redder and redder. She was already on the verge of exploding. Shuel Leihan sighed deeply. "This world is actually very lonely. Get out!" Before Dong Huang could finish, the demon empress had already exploded in anger out of humiliation. With a loud shout, there was a thunderous explosion. Boom! Dong Huang was kicked out in an extremely sorry state. He followed in the footsteps of a certain emperor. This kick was really heavy. The great Emperor Dong Huang flew out for an unknown distance just like that. Everyone in the demon palace was shocked at this scene. They were all stunned. "Oh my God, Demon Empress! This is His Majesty Dong Huang. You sent him flying with a kick without giving him any face. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Is this the prelude to war? Most importantly, we don't seem to be able to defeat Dong Huang now. Oh my God!" Immediately, everyone's hearts were in a mess, and they felt uneasy. Emperor Dong Huang stood up awkwardly and coughed twice. He actually walked away with his hands clasped behind his back as if nothing had happened, and from the looks of it, he seemed to be enjoying himself. Everyone fainted. What was going on? In the demon imperial palace, the demon empress' face was flushed red. She gritted her teeth and said, "That damned Shuel Leihan! How dare he tease this empress right in front of me? How dare he? How dare he? Io. Humph. You actually dare to say that you're missing a mistress. You really don't have the slightest sincerity. Am I, Yao Xan such a loose person?" The demon empress muttered angrily with a red face. After she finished speaking, she felt that her face was getting hotter and hotter. She actually stomped her feet like a little girl and returned to her dormitory like a gust of wind. "So annoying! I'm going to ignore you." When Yao Xian'er was young, she was extremely beautiful. Together with Ling Piaoping and Xue Xian they were known as the three great beauties of the Heaven Tower. Back then, he had prostrated himself before her. But many of them, back then, even Yuan Tianjia, Ziwu Ji, and the future Heavenly Emperor had fallen head over heels for her. Shuel Leihan had also been moved by her. But Yao Xian had been engaged since she was young. They were childhood sweethearts, and their feelings for each other were very deep. So Shuel Leihan retreated without a fight. Later, the demon empress married the demon king, and Shuel Leihan finally remarried. They had children and buried this relationship deep in their hearts. After each became the ruler of the world, the Eastern Royal Heaven and the Demon Emperor Heaven would be natural allies. And this time, when the Demon Empress was seriously injured, Shuel Leihan rushed over from hundreds of thousands of miles away. The reason was obvious, but the Demon Empress had known about Shuel Leihan's thoughts back then. But she didn't expect that after more than 1,000,000 years, this guy would actually bring up the old topic again now. Shuel Leihan's wife had already passed away for God knows how many years, and the Demon King had also been sleeping for 100,000 years. Bringing up the old topic again, she really didn't know what would the result be. Big Western Heaven. Chu Yang and the saint were still confronting each other after the heavenly oath. There was no need to say anything anymore. The two sides were clearly in different positions, enemies of life and death. In this life, they would fight to the death. The calamity sword in Chu Yang's hand made a violent trembling sound. The murderous aura was like a storm coming, and the whole sky became heavy as if it was stagnant. Good. The saint's face was gloomy, and he suddenly looked up and sneered. Chu Yang, since you have such intentions, I shall fulfill your wish today. His face turned ferocious. I'll kill your brothers in front of you first, and I'd like to see how you will fight to the death with me. After saying that, he unsheathed his long sword and was about to attack. He was facing Gu Duxing and the others all along, and the distance was a little closer. However, Dong Wushang, Xia Danqiong, and the others didn't have the slightest bit of resistance. Cloud Master, if you dare to attack, I'll really admire you. Chu Yang's cold voice sounded. Cloud Master, do you really dare to attack now? From the corner of the saint's eyes, he suddenly realized that there were many more people behind him. Moreover, each of them had the aura of a saint at the pinnacle level. Moreover, their fierce killing intent was much stronger than an ordinary saint at the pinnacle level. Under the pressure of such an unprecedentedly intense aura, the saint realized that he actually couldn't move anymore. Once he moved, he would definitely attract a powerful attack, like a thunderbolt. Slowly turning his head, he couldn't help but feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He saw a row of people behind him. Luo Kadi, Xinyang GMO, Rue Batong, Mo Chinguo, Chulur, and a masked Mo Tenji. If these people were to fight one-on-one, he wouldn't be afraid of any of them, and he could destroy them with a flip of his palm. Even if they all swarmed him, he wouldn't be afraid. Well, if it were normal times, he really wouldn't be afraid, and he would definitely be able to handle it with ease. But the problem was he was seriously injured now. His greatest defensive trump card, the 100 doppelgangers, had all been used up. If he wanted to use them again, he would have to wait until his vitality recovered. And now, where would he have the time to do that? If he ferociously killed Dong Wushang and the others now, these people would definitely collectively fight to the death with him. If that really happened, his original physical body would probably be destroyed here without any accidents. The doppelgangers were gone, his cultivation was greatly damaged, and he was seriously injured. If his original body was also destroyed, that would be an unbearable blow. The most important thing was that even if he used another doppelganger to regenerate, there were many restrictions. Judging from the extent of his injuries today, he would probably never be able to return to the peak of his cultivation. The conclusion was the losses outweighed the gains. Chu Yang and the others approached slowly. A semicircle formation surrounded the sage. Chu Yang looked over with a serious gaze. Master Yin, if you leave now, we have our concerns and won't rashly chase after you. Even if there is a huge feud, we will settle it in the future. Besides, there are only a few of us here, and no outsiders saw your ugly state. We are enemies to begin with. No matter how much we scold you, others may not believe us. It will damage your reputation. But if you really attack now, then do you think you can withstand our combined attack in the current situation? Chu Yang's tone became heavier. He continued, Just now, I believe you have already tasted the feeling of us, brothers, risking our lives. Are you really sure that your current body and cultivation can withstand it? Master, Yin really didn't dare to be sure. On the contrary, he was very sure of something else. If he forced himself to attack now, at the same time that Gu Duxing and the others died, this body of his would also be smashed into powder in an instant. However, he really couldn't bear to give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to leave just like that. After all, whether it was Dong Wushang, Xia Danqiong, Mo Lei or Gu Duxing, they were all his mortal enemies. They were all life-threatening dangers that could threaten his life. However, he saw Gu Duxing standing in front of him with his sword, as steady as a mountain. His gaze was cold. Are you really sure that I don't have the power to strike? Can I really succeed in one strike? The saint heaved a long sigh of relief and suddenly smiled. Chuyang, do you really want me to leave? If I leave, I will miss the best opportunity to kill these 3 people today. But I can still kill them in the future, unless all of you stay together forever and don't give me a chance to kill you one by one. And all of you have the chance to destroy me today. If you miss today, you are destined to never have another chance. Chuyang said calmly, even if there are 10,000 Cloud Masters, they can't compare to 1 toe of my brothers. The saint wasn't angry. He laughed and kept his sword. Suddenly he rose into the air and said, since that's the case, then I'll leave. Everyone, let's meet again on the road to hell. His figure suddenly rose into the air. Seeing this, Luo Kadi and the others all heaved a sigh of relief. Only Chuyang and Mo Tianji, although they seemed relieved on the surface, were secretly on guard. As expected, the saint had already risen thousands of feet into the air. Suddenly he turned his hand and a terrifying force smashed down fiercely like a mountain. His targets were Gu Duxing, Xie Danqiang, Dong Wushan, and Mo Lei. The force of this palm had already completely condensed into substance. Like a sword, it broke through the space and came straight down. Very obviously, this was an attack that the saint had already prepared before he retreated. He was determined to get rid of those 4 troublemakers. And in order to do this, he had to take advantage of the moment when he pretended to leave and when Chuyang and the others relaxed. As long as they relaxed a little, not only would Cloud Master be able to escape, but he would also be able to easily kill the 4 experts. Luo Kadi and Mo were shocked when they saw this, but it was already too late for them to gather their energy and stop him. Despicable and shameless, Chuyang scolded. The Calamity sword that had been ready for a long time immediately attacked. At the same time, Mo Tianji's purple jade flute and Mo Qingwu's Qingwu dream saber also attacked at the same time. Bang! Before the power of the palm could land, it had already been scattered in all directions. 3rd update, begging for monthly votes. There's a 4th update. I didn't expect to write a chapter on the plane to Beijing and another chapter on the high-speed train from Beijing to Haha, I'm amazing, right? Chapter 2599. The combined attack of Chuyang, Mo Tianji, and Mo Qingwu was probably stronger than the combined attack of Dong Wushan and the rest. It was not difficult for them to break the Saint Monarch's attack. Others might not have been prepared, but Chuyang had long expected that the Saint Monarch would have such a move. Therefore, he dealt with it calmly. Mo Tianji had always been cautious and was also on guard. Mo Qingwu's mind was connected to Chuyang's and was also on guard. No matter what, Cloud Lord's attack was destined to fail. Brotherly love is indeed deep. Ha ha ha. Cloud Lord rose into the air and turned into a white cloud, disappearing into the distance. Chuyang's sword flew into the air at lightning speed, but Cloud Lord was already far away. Chuyang said quietly and seriously, "What do you know? You're not even a fart." The white cloud in the air paused for a moment and finally disappeared into the distance. But that indignation remained in the air. How did you know that he would definitely attack? GMO did not have time to attack. He was already drenched in cold sweat. Besides the lingering fear, he was full of admiration for Chuyang and the rest. Despicable people are all like this. Mo Tianji was relieved and scolded jokingly. "Do you think everyone is as stupid as you?" With the Saint Monarch's departure, the crisis was finally over. First of all, Gu Duxing could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The power that he had forcefully mobilized just now immediately dissipated. All the foreign spiritual energy that he had absorbed did not really return to his body. It only supported him to be able to resist the Saint Monarch with his aura. However, when it came to actually making a move, he truly had the will, but lacked the strength to do so. He was powerless. Gu Duxing still underestimated his own injuries and overestimated his tolerance. After being injured by the Saint Monarch's power of laws of heaven and earth, he could barely recover to his current state. He had already borrowed a lot of the light of that sudden new understanding from before. If not for his understanding of the power of earth and water, the current Gu Duxing would not have the ability to come here at all. He would most likely be lying on the ground like Bu Luqing. In fact, at the last moment, he had forcefully resisted the Saint Monarch's murderous intent, causing his already heavy injuries to worsen. However, because Gu Duxing had made a breakthrough in his cultivation, and especially because Chu Yang was by his side, these injuries only needed some time to heal. He could still fully recover, and on the day he fully recovered, there would be another super strong opponent in this world who could pose a fatal threat to the only sage, Lord Cloud. Oh, right, there's still old Bu Luqing. He's still at the bottom of the lake. Gu Duxing struggled to say this quickly. Xie Dan Qiong was the other one who didn't seem right. Emperor Jasper Flower burst into laughter. Then he suddenly burst into tears. My 3 great bodyguards. Xie Dan Qiong was a gentle and refined man, but he was crying so miserably at this moment. Everyone felt a burst of sadness in their hearts when they heard that he didn't care about his image or the dignity of the heavenly emperor. Ha! I've already prepared everything beforehand. When I return to Inkcloud Sky this time, I'll start arranging for the few guards to spend their old age peacefully. Then I'll build a family for them. To them, the long millions of years are simply too tiring. Xie Dan Qiong cried like a child. The words are still ringing in my ears, but they're already gone. Chu Yang and the others remained silent. His heart was heavy. Strength. They were still not strong enough. If everyone's strength could be a little stronger, then, even if it was the same situation today, the sage would definitely not be able to escape. If Dong Wushang and the rest's strength improved, they might not even need their help to fight against the sage. Strength. This was the difference in strength. Chu Yang, Mo Qingguo, Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, Mo Lei Mo Tianji, Xie Dan Qiong, Chu Lu GMO Luo Kadi. They had obtained the strength of a total of 10 peak experts. If they improved further, their strength would be perfect. How could they not be able to hold back a sage? But now they could only be cautious and watch him escape with their eyes wide open. From the moment the sage escaped, everyone clearly knew that this great battle that would engulf the entire Heaven Imperial Court was bound to start. It couldn't be avoided anymore. Both sides had already shed all pretenses of cordiality. It was obvious that there was no longer any room for negotiation. Everyone's hearts were very heavy. Although the arrival of this great battle had been in everyone's hearts for a long time, they never thought that it would start at such a time and place, under such circumstances and in such an atmosphere. GMO flew out and looked for Bu Luqing and Bu Lao according to Gu Miaoling's instructions. Luo Kadi went to clean up the corpses of the 3 great guards, looking at the scattered flesh and blood, as well as the corpse of the 7 Stars guard that was still in good condition. His eyes were still glaring angrily before he died. Everyone felt an indescribable pain in their hearts. The souls of those who died in the hands of the sage had already been shattered by the laws of heaven and earth. Everyone was a little angry. They were really unwilling to let the sage leave just like that. Although everyone knew that if they started the battle today, it would definitely be accompanied by casualties and even a large number of casualties. And this was a price that they couldn't afford, but after losing 3 peak experts, the murder was still free and unfettered, and they couldn't do anything about it. This was still a very sullen matter. Since the beginning of the Heaven Imperial Court, when had they ever suffered such a loss? Everyone calm down. We can't fight today. Mo Tianji hurriedly pacified everyone's indignation, but his tone was very unpleasant. You bunch of bastards. You only know how to fight. If we really fought today, Xie Dan Qiong, Dong Wushang, Gu Duxing, and the others would definitely die. Even if we killed the sage in the end, it would only be equivalent to killing a doppelganger. He could use the doppelganger to be reborn at any time. What's the point? How many times can we fight with him with such a small group of people? Mo Tianji's face was pale. Obviously, the consequences of the backlash from the heavenly mystery hadn't been completely eliminated. Although he had been recuperating in the heavenly mystery space for a short period of time, and his injuries had greatly improved, but overall his body was still weak. And Mo Tianji was already extremely satisfied with this result. He was extremely rejoicing at this moment. In the heavenly mystery space, the situation of certain death had turned into the current situation. Although several of his brothers were seriously injured, their lives were not in danger. This was already a great blessing, In this life and death crisis, although his brothers were unharmed, 3 7-stars guards had still fallen because of it. Mo Tianji was also very sad about this. However, if those 3 hadn't used their lives to fight for a little more time, Xie Danqiong and the others might not have been able to hold on until he and the others arrived. At this moment, the only thing that he and the others could do for them was to take revenge for them and completely annihilate the sage Master Yin. This was the only way to comfort the souls of the heroes in the heavens. Found it! Mo cheered and rushed up from the lake, holding a person in his arms. That person was Bu Luqing, who was still unconscious. Bu Luqing's injuries were also very serious, almost as serious as Gu Duxing's. He had also overdrawn his life force. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that he wasn't injured by the sage's power of law like Gu Duxing. After that, he took a heavy pill and half a bottle of life spring water. Although these weren't enough to turn the situation around, they were enough to preserve his last bit of vitality and extend his life force. Now he could hold on until reinforcements arrived. But on the other side, Xie Danqiong, Dong Wushang, and Mo Laer had fainted. They had been holding on and not fainting because they were worried. But now there was no need to hold on. Their brothers were right beside them. They could finally rest assured and faint. Gu Duxing was stronger than them. Although the spiritual energy that he had forcefully gathered was gradually dissipating, he sat down and circulated his energy. He was actually nursing his injuries and healing his body. And there was another person who wasn't in a good condition. Chu Yang took a few deep breaths and lost his balance, sitting on the ground. His face suddenly turned pale. Mo Tianji and the rest didn't know that there was another important reason why Chu Yang didn't choose to fight immediately. It was because his current condition was really not suitable for him to fight. If he forced himself to fight, not only could it cause the deaths of his brothers, it could even cause a complete collapse and defeat. So Chu Yang would rather use words to provoke the sage to leave. Previously, Chu Yang had continuously rushed to his limit and almost flew in a single breath. This had overdrawn his physical strength, and he was already at his limit. When he was facing the sage, he was just forcefully putting up a defense. Even when he forcefully blocked the sage's attack, just now he actually suffered some internal injuries. It was just that he didn't dare to expose it. Now that the danger was over, he instantly felt that he couldn't hold on anymore. But Chu Yang still continued to force himself. He moved his body to the side of Gu Duxing and the rest to check on their injuries and confirm their condition. Duxing's physical condition is the best. There's basically nothing wrong with him anymore. He can totally heal himself. That's really impressive. Chu Yang was really surprised this time, because there were obviously 2 more forces in Gu Duxing's body. Moreover, the direction of his cultivation seemed to be undergoing a very shocking change. To Gu Duxing, this kind of change was definitely a great thing. All along, Chu Yang had a kind of worry about Gu Duxing because Gu Duxing's character was like a sword, too sharp and too strong. Only when it was too strong would it be easy to break. In fact, Chu Yang had already made up his mind that when they met again, he would definitely explain this flaw to Gu Duxing and the way to change it. But now, this kind of cultivation technique that Gu Duxing had comprehended on his own was obviously more suitable for Gu Duxing himself. It was much better than the guidance that Chu Yang could give. At this point, Chu Yang was finally completely relieved. Gu Duxing had already found the path that was most suitable for him. I'm afraid I don't need to help with Du Xing's injuries. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. When he uses his new comprehension to completely eliminate the traces of the heavenly Tao's power of the great sage, he will be able to completely advance a step further. Under such circumstances, using his own martial power to heal himself, although it will take a little longer, there will be more benefits. The fifth update is 700 to 800 words short. It will be delivered later. Chapter 2600. As for Wu Shang, Danqiang, and Lei Er's injuries, they are also fine. After checking on Dong Wushang and the other two, Chu Yang was even more relieved. Dong Wushang and the other two, although heavy, were not in critical condition. They only needed a super heavy pill to quickly recover. After feeding the medicine to the three, Chu Yang went to Bu Luqing. He couldn't help but frown. How is Elder Bu's condition now? Gu Miaoling asked. Unlike Chu Yang and Gu Duxing, who were used to calling Bu Luqing Old Bu, Gu Miaoling respectfully called Bu Luqing Elder Bu. Regarding this, Gu Duxing and Gu Miaoling corrected each other for a long time. In any case, no one corrected the other, so they just let it be. Old Bu's condition is a little troublesome, but it's not a big problem. Chu Yang said. He doesn't have the comprehension of solo travel, and his life potential has been consumed too much, so his injuries will definitely need a long time to heal. But he can still recover, no need to worry. In the following period of time, Chu Yang, Mo Tianji, and the others were adjusting their breathing and recovering, while GMO, Luo Kadi, and the others were guarding with full concentration. Seeing the current situation, the two were glad that they didn't really fight just now. Among all the brothers, almost 5 people had lost the ability to fight, and there was also Mo Lei, who was not inferior to their brothers. If they really fought, it would be unthinkable. It wasn't until nighttime that everyone gradually recovered, and the place where everyone was standing now had already changed to a safer place. What's the next step? Everyone looked at Mo Tianji, including Gu Duxing and the others who were gradually recovering. Who else should I ask if not you? The next step. Mo Tianji checked the news from Tianji Intelligence Department. He frowned again, seeming to have a difficult choice. For a moment, it was really difficult to make a choice. The whole world was in chaos. We can't be so exhausted like this. Otherwise, there's a big chance that the enemy will take advantage of us. Mo Tianji said. And now, Saint Monarch is in the western sky. Saint Emperor Palace's main force is also mostly in the western sky. This situation is tantamount to giving us an opportunity. Xie Danqiang needs to immediately return to Ink Sky to prepare for the upcoming battle, and do his best to suppress all opposition voices. Dong Wushang and Mo Lei could also return to the extreme heaven now. As for the others, they will stay here for the time being. Together with Gu Duxing, they will reorganize the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's old subordinates. Then the storm will rise again. Yes, wait a moment. Mo Tianji looked at the latest news that the Tianji Intelligence Department had sent over. Somewhat stunned, he said, the big western sky hasn't made any movements? Why? And the experts of the Saint Emperor Palace showed signs of moving towards the Demon Emperor Heaven? Why was this so? How could this be? According to the latest reports, Your Majesty Dong Huang, right now, they are also in the Demon Emperor Heaven. If a Saint Monarch were to attack rashly, there wouldn't be much of a chance of victory. Mo Tianji couldn't help but scratch his head. How come I suddenly don't understand? That is indeed the case. Do you think that the sage will go to the Demon Emperor Heaven? Chu Yang pondered and said, No wonder the sage left this place yesterday. After that, they did not launch any more attacks. With his strength in the big western sky, if he wanted to launch a large-scale encirclement operation, it would not be difficult at all. It is even more reasonable. Previously, I was worried about this, but from beginning to end, no unforeseen event came. And on the Demon Emperor Heaven's side, since the Dong Huang is also there, then if the sage doesn't personally move, there would be no chance of victory. There was no chance of winning at all. Even if he went personally, he would still be able to win. Facing the demon empress at the same time, would he have a chance of victory? Mo Tianji said, "The sage will personally go, this is for sure. I was just thinking that after discovering the tyrannical strength that we have gathered, the sage not only did not deal with us, but also rushed to the demon emperor heaven overnight. There must be a big scheme. I believe that there must be an even bigger scheme. Also, we speculate that the demon empress is in the same place, and her strength is greater than the sage's. But is this really the case? If the sage did not make sufficient preparations, how could he rashly make a move? Therefore, there must be another scheme. But what is this scheme in the end? I can't think of it." Mo Tianji thought hard. "If I were the sage, then what method would I have to destroy the demon empress and the Eastern emperor at the same time? In front of absolute strength, what kind of scheme would work?" This question had always been bothering Mo Tianji. In the past, his opponents were the sage, and the sage was in existence with absolute strength. But now his opponents were the demon empress and the Eastern emperor, and this combination was even stronger than the sage. How could he defeat this combination? In the next few days, Mo Tianji kept thinking hard, but he had no clue. This made Mo Tianji feel really frustrated, so he kept thinking about this question. If I can't think of anything, it means that I'm not as good as the sage. How can that be? Under Chu Yang's meticulous treatment, Lu Qing also woke up. As long as he woke up, he would be able to circulate his martial arts to heal himself, and the treatment would be greatly shortened. This was undoubtedly good news. The next day, Dong Wushang and Mo Lei, whose injuries were also greatly improved, took the heavy pills that Chu Yang gave them and immediately set off, returning to the extreme heaven. At the same time, Xie Danqiong also returned to the ink cloud sky. Although the three of them had not fully recovered their strength, their movements were no longer hindered. As long as they circulated their martial arts along the way, their injuries would be completely healed. Before they left, Xie Danqiong specially asked Mo Tianji to immediately inform him if there was any news. In terms of friendship with the Eastern Emperor, Chu Yang was naturally the most, followed by Xie Danqiong. Xie Danqiong had always been grateful to Xue Leihan for helping him that day in the ink cloud sky. This time, when he heard that the Eastern Emperor might be in danger, he was very concerned. If not for the fact that the ink cloud sky needed someone to keep watch, he simply wanted to rush over to the demon emperor heaven to help. Xie Danqiong was also not willing to owe anyone a favor. 3 days later, Gu Duxing used his own cultivation to completely suppress the law injury from the sage, and even his own strength had recovered by a small half. In addition to continuing to eliminate the hidden dangers, he also started to gather his old subordinates and restore the vitality of the heavenly armament pavilion of the Western Heaven. With Chu Yang and the others giving advice and assistance, this operation proceeded extremely smoothly. Moreover, according to Mo Tianji's intention, he directly raised the banner of the solitary emperor on the mountain next to the battlefield. With this, he called for the troops to assemble and return. The solitary emperor has gathered his old subordinates. The people of the heavenly armament pavilion are rapidly returning. Any power that obstructs will be destroyed without a doubt. This absolutely shocking news quickly spread out. It spread throughout the entire Western Heaven, and its arrogant and domineering attitude was as clear as day. Faced with this kind of arrogant news that was practically tantamount to a public challenge, the Western Heaven officials quickly responded, sealing off the passage and coming to this mountain to completely encircle and annihilate. But this time, this really provoked a hornet's nest. GMO, Luo Kadi, Xinyang, Chu Lu'er, Mo Tianji, Mo Qingwu, Chu Yang, Rui Butong, and the others repeatedly attacked. This time they acted, but they showed no mercy. This was completely a one-sided massacre. For half a month, all those who had previously obstructed the heavenly armament pavilion's return were completely massacred, without exception. And those who had come to annihilate the heavenly armament pavilion were similarly turned upside down, their corpses strewn across the wilderness, and their leaders often had their heads missing in the middle of the night for no reason at all. With these people's skills, they acted against those ordinary soldiers. It couldn't even be said to be a small display of a sledgehammer. This really was too much of a bully. In the heavily besieged area of the big western heaven, Gu Duxing's heavenly armament pavilion, which had been scattered, quickly recovered. It expanded like a rolling snowball. The troops that had been scattered returned from all directions. The solitary emperor returned. This was undoubtedly a shocking and intimidating news to the entire Western Heaven. For the big Western Heaven's heavenly armament pavilion, this was even more incomparably exciting news. Every surviving member of the heavenly armament pavilion was like someone who'd taken drugs, howling as they broke through the blockade and rushed over. GMO, Luo Kadi, and Rue Butong split up to attack, sometimes directly charging thousands of li, and one road after another was dug out. The heavenly armament pavilion's troops and horses came in an unending stream. In half a month's time, the heavily besieged area was like a miracle, gathering 3 million troops and horses. This kind of number was simply a miracle, a legend, a myth. In this period of time, Gu Duxing's injuries were getting better and better. On the 10th day, Gu Duxing successfully used the energy of the earth to completely eliminate the damage caused by the Saint Monarch Law. Next, he naturally started to fully recover, and this time's recovery speed was simply appalling. In just one short day's time, he'd already recovered 1/3 of his cultivation. Witnessing this kind of recovery speed with his own eyes made Chu Yang somewhat speechless. This was because this was completely the recovery of one's own strength. In the process, he didn't take any heavy pills or other heavenly treasures to recover with the help of medicine. The huge amount of underground vital energy was absorbed by Gu Duxing without any resistance, turning it into his own. Regarding this kind of situation, Mad Sword Heaven and Earth Yekwang was hopping mad in the air, but there was nothing he could do, because no matter who it was, even if the Saint Monarch was here right now, there was absolutely nothing he could do, because Gu Duxing's side had gathered experts, and there were no less than 10 Heavenly Emperor-level experts. It was almost the same as having all the Heavenly Emperors here. This kind of luxurious lineup, who could resist? The most frightening thing was the Saint Monarch had hurriedly left before this, and had even taken away the majority of the Saint Emperor's palace's experts. This was taking drastic measures to deal with the problem. Wu Yekwang even suspected that if he rashly appeared, he would be surrounded and beaten on the spot and directly broken into pieces for an entire half-month. There was no news from the Saint Monarch's side. This situation made Mo Tianji very anxious. Xie Danqiang's side had already asked a few times, but even with the intelligence network of the Tianji Intelligence Department, there was actually no new news about the Saint Monarch's movements. This made everyone feel that there was a huge conspiracy brewing, and it could explode at any time. On the day that Gu Duxing's injuries were completely healed, Buluqing's injuries were also half-healed. Although Buluqing had exhausted his own life's potential previously, with an unlimited supply of the Spring of Life and 2 heavy pills, not only was his potential replenished, it even increased. Then, a very surprising piece of news finally broke out. The elf race, which had always existed in the Demon Emperor Heaven and had always been fighting wars of words, had actually gone to war, and it was a direct battle with the Demon Emperor Heaven, and they had even started a war with the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, which was presided over by the Demon Emperor Tian Zixiaqing. This news made everyone so shocked that they were petrified. Advertisement again, warmly recommending our good friend, Master Moongate's new historical book, Night Sky. Just by looking at the title of this book, I feel as if I've seen a peerless overlord hiding in the dark, controlling the world. From the bottom of my heart, I believe that this book will definitely not disappoint us. I've already collected it. Everyone should also collect it. This new book is difficult. Everyone should support it. Many thanks. Transportation Portal. Chapter 2601. The elf race was a race that drifted outside the sphere of influence of the Celestial Emperor. They had always loved peace and stood aloof from worldly affairs. If not for the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons this time, the elf race would probably not even appear in the mortal world. But this time, they were going to war against the demon Emperor Heaven. There was definitely something fishy about this, and an extremely fishy one at that. After Kai Yi heard this news, Mo Tianji was finally able to confirm what the saint had done. He immediately urged Chu Yang to personally rush to the demon Emperor Heaven to provide assistance. After a series of discussions, Chu Yang left behind GMO and Luo Kudi to assist Gu Duxing in overseeing the big western sky to continue the battle with the crazed sword Heavenly Emperor. He wanted to seize this side's Heavenly Emperor position as soon as possible. As for himself and Mo Tianji, they took the rest of the people and hurriedly returned all the way, hurrying to the demon Emperor Heaven. Chu Yang had already realized this time it would probably be a decisive moment. The battle of the demon Emperor Heaven was the moment that would ultimately decide the direction of everything. The time left for them was probably not much, and the time left for the saint was similarly not much either. At this moment, the demon Emperor Heaven had sunk into an unprecedented chaos. Zi Xieching presided over the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, and the real pressure in this period of time had multiplied. The combined pressure of the Saint Emperor Palace and the elf race made Zi Xieching feel somewhat breathless. Zi Xieching was extremely puzzled by this and was even more puzzled. The elf race had always loved peace and stood aloof from worldly affairs. Although they were arrogant to the point of making people uncomfortable, they were a genuinely kind race. Why would they suddenly intervene at this time? Moreover, they took the initiative to attack the allied forces of the Eastern Royal Sky and the demon Emperor Heaven. The spearhead was even directed at the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. This was equivalent to declaring war on the three largest forces of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, excluding the saint. This was really too unwise. No matter which angle you looked at it from, it did not make sense. This matter really made her unable to understand, no matter how she thought about it. But this extremely strange matter had already happened. Regarding this established fact, they could only raise their spirits and deal with it with all their might. The key was to deal with this great enemy. It was true that the elves were a kind race, but their combat power was also true. They were very sharp, and they had the right to be arrogant. Other than having a lot of high-end combat power, they also had another characteristic, which was that they were all soldiers. Any elf, even the most ordinary elf, had the strength of earth rank or above. With such a foundation of strength, they indeed had the qualifications to look down on all living beings. In the face of such an enemy, even Dong Huang Shuelehan, Demon Empress Yao Exen, and the current Zi Xieching would have to be wary and fearful. Also, because of the elf race's strong interference, the situation between the Demon Emperor Sky and the Saint Lord's forces had changed greatly. Previously, in the Demon Emperor Sky's territory, even though the Saint Lord was the ruler of the world in name, he couldn't extend his hand so far. Therefore, he could only harass a small area and then assassinate a small area. Although this situation had caused considerable trouble for the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, everyone was still able to cope with it. After all, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion in the Demon Emperor Sky was full of experts. In terms of actual strength, although it was still inferior to the Saint Emperor Palace of the Saint Lord, it was not inferior to the Heavenly Court. Especially, there was the existence of the divine soul of Calamity and Brother Tiger, who could come and go without a trace. Against the experts of the Saint Lord side, they were simply the best. Silently, more than half of the trouble was dealt with. Who would know that there would be a cloud of fog floating behind them when they were hiding well? And that cloud of fog was actually a killer? Who would notice that a kitten suddenly appeared in front of them, and this harmless kitten actually swallowed the entire forest that they were hiding in when it opened its mouth? By then it would really be, their screams could only be in the kitten's stomach. Therefore, Zixieqing wasn't afraid of the high-end combat power of the Saint Lord's side at all. Although there would be a small loss, it was completely bearable. As for the army, it was under the control of Meng Wuya and the Chrysanthemum Saber King, Li Guanyu. It was basically flawless. But this time, the elf race had come out and declared war. They even went to the extent of fighting, which caused everyone to have a headache. The elf race had never done evil, although they were a little too obsessed with cleanliness and were arrogant and conceited. These had nothing to do with others, and their combat power was extremely strong. Every person they assassinated was a top-notch expert. It was a pity to kill such a team. Not only did they feel uncomfortable, but it also affected the combat power of the Heavenly Imperial Court. After all, the elf race had only appeared because of the extraterrestrial demons. Their original intention was very clear and very obvious, which was to resist the extraterrestrial demons. Such a team with such strength, not to mention the fact that the opponent was extremely strong and difficult to deal with. Even if they could kill them directly, it would be an extremely pity. But the most serious problem now was that even if you wanted to be merciful and not kill the opponent would kill you without mercy. Even though they knew that there must be some kind of misunderstanding, they couldn't find any opportunity to explain in such a short time. This situation was undoubtedly extremely depressing. Why did the elf race suddenly intervene in this battle? Zixieqing frowned. Has the divine soul returned? Everyone looked at each other. When the matter had just worsened, the divine soul carried the heavy responsibility of sneaking into the elf race to investigate. But until now he had not returned. If this matter was not investigated clearly, they couldn't determine a strategy to deal with him. To deal with such an unexpected strong enemy, facing him head-on was undoubtedly the worst strategy. The battle is dangerous now. Intelligence is the most important thing. Why is he not back yet? Zixieqing grabbed Brother Tiger's kitten-shaped neck and lifted it up, savaging it fiercely. Brother Tiger screamed twice but couldn't break free. In an instant, its fur was messed up and its eyes were full of innocence. Sister, what has it got to do with me that he isn't back? Why do you torment me every time you throw a tantrum? Do you really treat me as a pet? But how could it know that if a girl had a pet by her side, then no matter what happened, good or bad, she would always like to torment it like this? Although Brother Tiger admitted that he was not a pet, in the eyes of a certain queen, how is he different from a pet? Ask him to come and see me as soon as he comes back, Zixieqing said. Then she rubbed the fur on Brother Tiger's head fiercely and turned to leave. Brother Tiger was left with a helpless expression. Heavens, save me. Can you not torture me like this in the future? I'm not a pet, I'm really not. Perhaps the heavens really responded to a certain cat's cry. In the middle of the night, the soul of the calamity finally returned. After some communication, Zixieqing let out a long sigh. She finally knew what was going on with the strange changes in front of her. The elf race had a wish, which was to lead the humans in the Heaven Imperial Court to fight against the extraterrestrial demons. In other words, it was our duty to participate in the war. However, the noble elf race would definitely not listen to the command of any other race. Other races had no right to command the noble elf race. However, if the noble elf race lowered their status to command other races, the amiable elf race wouldn't mind. None of the forces in the Heaven Imperial Court had expressed their approval for such a meaningless statement. Therefore, the situation was at a stalemate all the way. This time, when the Demon Empress returned with serious injuries, the elf race sent people to express their concern out of goodwill. They even sent over some healing panacea. Their intention was, "We have shown great goodwill. Once you are healed, we can have a good talk." However, this matter was ruined by Shuel Leihan. Shuel Leihan came from hundreds of thousands of miles away just to please her. How could he be willing to let the elf race take the initiative? Therefore, he gave a resolute rejection. Moreover, with East Sovereign's appearance, why would the experts in the Demon Palace care about the elf race's medicine? The demon empress herself was in seclusion to heal her injuries and didn't know what was going on outside. Therefore, under East Sovereign's insistence, the two elders sent by the elf race to please her were driven back. Their attitude was very firm. Speaking of which, East Sovereign was indeed wrong in this matter. However, as a celestial emperor, he had long been used to following his words and following his own will. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Moreover, it concerned his lifelong happiness and the most beautiful youth. Why would he care about the elf race? However, this planted a hidden danger in this matter. The elf race hit a nail on the head. Their warm face was stuck on a cold face. They, who had always been arrogant, were naturally so angry that they were about to explode. He actually dared to blaspheme the elf race's goodwill and good intentions. This matter definitely wasn't over. Therefore, they planned to take revenge. However, facing someone as strong as Shualehan, who was recognized as the second strongest person in the Heavenly Imperial Court, the elf race still couldn't come up with a good idea after many days of discussion. At this critical juncture, the saint who heard this good news instantly realized that this was an excellent opportunity. Therefore, he rushed over overnight. He requested to see the elf god of archery. The elven archer god was the pinnacle of the continent and the #1 assassin in the imperial court. He had never put anyone in his eyes. Even the #1 assassin in the world, Holy Monarch Solipsism, only received the 2 words, "I won't see you." However, the saint only used 1 sentence to change the elf god of archery's original intention, and even changed the attitude of the entire elf race. "I know the whereabouts of your elf emperor's seal." It was this sentence that made all the elves a little impatient. The elf god of archery almost immediately decided to meet him. The elf emperor's seal, that was the most precious thing of the elf race. Since hundreds of thousands of years ago, the elf empress suddenly said that she wanted to go out for a walk and disappeared without a trace. As for the elf emperor's seal that never left the elf empress's body, its whereabouts were also unknown. The disappearance of the elf empress caused the elf race to lose a super expert who could compete for the position of the Heavenly Imperial Court. Naturally, it was a pity. However, the loss of the elf emperor's seal had far-reaching consequences. Because the elf emperor's seal was not only the symbol of the elf race's imperial power, it also contained the extreme desire to become the elf emperor. This unforeseen event caused the elf race to suffer a great loss.